Hey. Who that? Hey, Shay. Tulsa. Hey. Tulsa. Crystal. So listen. Listen. I've been up all night long. It was after 6 when I finally passed out. Tired. Thinking about how oh, Lord Jesus, they are trying hard. Come on in, y'all. Let the notification go out. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. As you enter in, enjoy the jazz. Let's go. Y'all made me end the live last night because y'all was tripping on that like button, wouldn't support the platform, baby. And I knew that it was some more info that I needed to spread to y'all. The tea. I am so absolutely grateful. I saw that Seti Nash, he brought up the interview. I'm so, I need for everybody to grab, all the content creators need to grab that old interview that I need to get it ready just in case I hear something. I need to chin check on TV. Yeah, go get that and spread it. Spread that old video of Hunter confessing that his brother was the aggressor. Taking up when that other guy that was supposed to be Karmelo Anthony's friend, when he said he stood up for the team. He took one for the team. And he was gonna record. He was gonna record the fight. He had his finger on go to record the fight because Austin was gonna take one for the team because Karmelo Anthony was talking about the team. I guess they had a losing score record, or I don't know. But it was about football, not the tent. It absolutely was not about the tent. They wanted to put him out of the tent after he was scoring on their football team. We got to keep it real and shame the devil. Every content creator need to be recapping that live because what I'm hearing, let me get it. My friend, that's my Texas attorney friend, he said something interesting about them not calling, let me get it up, calling Hunter to the stand. Let me go to what he said. Oh man, I need to use the other computer, a laptop. Let me see. Y'all come on in, hitting the like button. We got to talk about it. They got a plan. They got a motive, and they got an angle. A strategic angle. Because majority of those kids that was up there lying and changing the story, couldn't get their story together, were black. I mean, he didn't, baby, that black on black hate needs to stop. But if he's offering full scholarships, the parents are going along with that crap. making it Lord, acceptable. I need to eat. That's why they lying on him. And then he got busted. See, I knew this a couple of days ago, and I was supposed to talk about it and ended the live because I wasn't getting the support I should have been getting. Y'all come in hitting the like button. We missed this tea because of the way y'all was handling me. So we're going to try it again today. They have a strategic plan. My friend is saying they probably are saving Hunter for closing argument at the close, so that Hunter lies would be what the jury will hear last. I think that's what he is implying. Did y'all get a notification? I have no idea. Did y'all get a notification? Hey, Chris. Hey, Janet. I don't know why. Come on. Okay, you did. Okay. I don't know why. So listen. Let me get over here so I can, before we hear whatever's going on in the streets, let me check with my friend. Because he definitely... I don't know why I couldn't see me. Yeah, one of the people that was inside that made it inside, she said she was number one. We was listening to Sheba last night. And toward the end, yeah, we got to listen to it. We got to listen to it. Hold on. It's 26 people in here right now. I only have 11 likes. What we doing? Don't sit here waiting to hear what I got to say until I get the 26 people in here to hit the like button. And I'm waiting for the number 23. Get on. Hey, Reflections. Hey, Barbara. Hey. Yeah. If y'all can't hit the like button coming in before I get started, go ahead and leave now. I have a question. Who was actually... You mean subpoenaed? It was the one that was... I don't know his name. I don't know his name. But it was the last one that was giving off information. I'm going to see if she said. But when I leave here, because this one, we listened to majority of it yesterday. Suspended from school. Both of the brothers were suspended from school. That's what they say. That neither one of them was supposed to be there. Or was he suspended from track? Yeah. I know that the coach has said that he had told, I think Hunter, or both the brothers, to turn in their uniform because they left and went to fishing. And they were being selfish. I did hear that too. let me get to oh boy, and then I get on. Y'all listen. I didn't go to bed until 6. 6. So I am still tired. I set my alarm for like I think 10 and tried to get this. I'm so tired. I am so tired. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, so come on, get the lights up. I'm not. The lights gotta match the no internet open. Thought I just opened it. Oh, okay. Baby, I don't. That's why I'm funny with people calling them friends. This child thought he had a friend. He thought he had a couple of few friends for people not to know him. He knew a lot of them people. So, you know, who staged it for them to act like they don't know him? I mean, no, not really. Oh, no, not really. Yeah, I'm sure it's the coaches, because the coaches are trying to save their job, and these kids that was a part of it are trying not to be charged. Frisco is really covering up a lot. Let me see. I'm trying to get to. He got a new comment, okay? Let's see. Oh, man, he bringing up James Byrd Jr. The state started with the state resting its case. I thought it was more than this. There's a strong possibility we will see. Oh, yeah, we saw that. I'm trying to see what he... Did he take it down? Oh, man, I'm going to have to start snapping it, what he say. Because, okay, here it is. He says, according to Nick, the prosecution had more black teen witnesses. And absolutely, yeah, because they don't want it to seem like it's a race, a race card. But also, their stories are different because they've been coached. But there's one that was subpoenaed who didn't want to go. Remember, he said, we've sent you letters, your attorney letters, your parent, all of them. And so he was subpoenaed. And he was the one, I think, that... because I never knew someone was subpoenaed. Forced to come. So if they forced him... Okay, let me read what the attorney said. If there is a chance... If there is a chance of Karmelo testifying tomorrow, he would need to go through... Oh, no. This is new. This was 18 minutes ago. Okay, I thought this is what I had read, but it's not. It says, if there is a chance of Karmelo testifying tomorrow, he will need to go through the tough prep session, the toughest prep session ever. So those other boys was prepped to lie. It says, if there is a chance of Karmelo testifying tomorrow, he would need to go through the toughest prep session ever. I would have, as a lawyer, cross-examined him just as if he was on the stand. By the time the session is over, he would not like the lawyer. I get that. Hit him with the toughest questions. Get off in there, make him mad. You know, tell your story. So he's saying, I would have, as a lawyer, cross-examined him just as if he was on the stand. This is in the prep. By the time the session is over, he would not like the lawyer. But I can promise you that once the first questions are asked and he is prepared to respond, he would understand. I get that. As one of my clients, or any one of my clients who have ever had to testify will tell you that I do not play when it comes to preparation for trial. He said, you will not get off the stand and ask me why I didn't tell you what was about to happen. A good litigator, I'm sorry, y'all. You can cut the dang light on, lady. You know you can't see shit. Hold on. Hold on, Lord. Cut the light on. Shit. Hold on. Okay. A good litigator can tell an unprepared witness from 100 miles away and will attack. That is why cross-examination is so tough. I do not care how smart of a witness you may think you are. Once we take you down the rabbit hole, there's no escaping unless you have been prepped. Do y'all understand that? And he just posted this one 18 minutes ago. Now it's about 20 minutes ago. I'm trying to find the one. Okay, here it is. 3 hours ago. It says, big question. Will Karmelo Anthony testify? The fact that the state did not call Austin Metcalf's brother to the stand before arresting is concerning. There is a reason why the state chose not to call him. Perhaps it's because he is not a good witness. Otherwise, he would have testified. He's not a good witness because he's protecting himself and his brother. Because they know that this is a stand your ground state, and they know that they know the laws where everybody's saying it's not one. They know that it is one. So they have to move around it, manipulate, and do all that other stuff. It's not he just stabbed him. Hunter has already said that his brother was the aggressor. We done went over that 5, 6, 7 times yesterday. Okay, so he knows that he is not, it's concerning. There's a reason why the state chose not to call him. Perhaps it's because he is not a good witness. Otherwise, he would have testified. Better yet, the state may be saving him as a rebuttal witness. The state could be saving him so that, so he could be the last person the jury hears before deliberation. Let me say that again. I stuttered on that. He says, better yet, the state may be saving him as a rebuttal witness. The state could be saving him so he could be the last person jury hears before deliberation. He said, at the end of the day, jurors will want to hear from Karmelo. I get that. The judge will tell the jury that they are not to hold it against him if he choose not to testify. But we know how that goes. Yeah, we do. Karmelo is fighting for his freedom. He is facing 2 to 99 years in prison. Would you remain silent? Would you remain silent? Would y'all remain silent? That's a question. Karmelo is fighting for his freedom. He is facing 2 to 99 years in prison. Would you remain silent? Hell to the no. To the no, no, no. Yeah, just like Govan trial. State witness wasn't prepped. Nope. They were not prepped. So those was his 2 messages so far today. Was that helpful? Before we go in, was that helpful hearing from a lawyer? You got to get up there. It's strategic. It's with Hunter not getting up on the stand. One, because he's a bad witness, because he is, he's involved. He should have been tried and brought up. The daddy is okay. Let me get to the daddy. No, they wasn't prepared, and heck, they didn't have the real lawyers up there, attorneys up there. They had them fluky women. Third seat. No, ma'am, Auntie Fee. I wouldn't. You wouldn't take the stand? If you was fighting for your life, you wouldn't take the stand? Natural enough, you put a no and a yes. Well, how you gonna do both? Yeah, okay. So yesterday, when we was listening to Sheba, and I abruptly stopped because the lights wouldn't go up. I had it positioned. Oh man, I need to eat to hear what she caught. So I don't know exactly where it's at. I know it's around this area. So come on in. Okay, let's go. Y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Give me a 1 if y'all ready to hear what she witnessed in the courtroom. It's not hearsay. It's not rolling down the father. Yep. Rolling down the YouTube street. Grab it if you can. It ain't none of that. Because you asked us 2 different questions. What was the question? I don't even remember. But would you take the stand? You fight for your life. Would you take the stand?
All right. Did the defense... Okay, so the defense did...
So she had a comment that came up that asked her about somebody. It's going to come up about the witness. I think they said Eddie. But I'm going to see it in just a minute. And she said, she stopped and she said, I didn't want to talk about that. I really didn't want to talk about it. Let's go.
Move to motion something. I'm going to be honest with you. He couldn't even finish it. And the judge said denied. The judge said denied. We couldn't even hear it. Denied. It happened so quick. Let me describe the judge to you. He sounds like Dave Ramsey, but he looks like J.D. Vance. Real Spill, thank you for the $5 super chat. Is there actual video from the kids being presented by the defense? What do you mean? Presented. Is there an actual video from the kids? I don't know yet. They just started calling their witnesses.
They said nothing could fix it, but wait till you see this. If you're
Okay, here we go. The real Dana says, I think this trial process is more fair than Diddy trial. The Diddy trial was a clown show inside and out. Oh, they acted a fool outside. Trust and believe, Dana. They acted a fool outside. But this one, okay, I'm at both, right? It was a clown show at Diddy, but the logistics were run better. Does that make sense? The court didn't really involve itself in New York with everybody trying to go viral, but when it was time to get in line, when it was time to have a system in place, they did a way better job. Way better job. It is mad chaos outside at this trial. When I tell you a mob of people just started running towards the courtroom door this morning, it was absolutely bananas. Let's see. C. Dallas, thank you for the 20p. She said, exceptional reporting, thank you. I greatly appreciate your professionalism and respect. Did the defense ever ask any of the students if they went to seek help? Yes. Well, the state did. Okay, no. No. Did the defense
Your
ever
father
ask any
is
of
a
the
bully,
students
I
if they went to
recall.
seek help from an
He got
adult/coach
arrested.
to have
Yeah.
Karmelo? No, they did not ask that. But the state, and I think the reason they didn't is because the state did such a great job of saying, you know, when your coach asks you to step up, that's similar to like stepping into a coach's place, correct? Correct. And I think it was clear that the coaches asked the students to step up because the coaches were hosting this district track meet on the side of Memorial, so they were a few coaches down because they have to attend to other responsibilities on the field. Queen, she says, thanks so much for your excellent coverage, Queen. I really appreciate your hard work. But thank you for being here. I appreciate you. All of the content creators that are here, thank you. We got Dana here who also works on. Any other questions? Looks like we're good. Do we have any other questions that just came? Let me see, let's see. Y'all are into some stuff in the chat, huh? All right, let's see what else we got. All right, any other final questions? Okay, Coco Lee, I thought I saw your name. I thought I did.
I should have marked the time, but I didn't.
All right. Hold on. Okay. Mila says in New York I was able to take notes. In Texas I wasn't able to. So she's speaking to.
So yeah, about them not being able to take
And I
notes. You
said,
can't
no,
in
I didn't.
Texas. That's it.
And according to some of you in the chat, in Texas they do not allow. Wow. I think the instruction of the judge is he did not want any independent research. Jurors of your peers. Yep. Jenny J. Do you think Austin's family member may try to file a civil suit against the school district? I would. If you ask, say this, any motion that the defense has moved to make has been. Thank you for being there, and absolutely my pleasure. I saw it.
Okay, right there. Right there. Right here. It says it's a crime to witness tamper like Metcalf coaching the witness. So that was the comment that she is now going to respond to. Y'all ready? Hold on. So it says, Queen, it's a crime to witness tamper like Metcalf coaching his wit. Let's go. And that's when she said, I saw it. I saw it. Let's go.
Okay, you have a question? Mimi? What's your question? Now, they did say today, you said the coach is trying to save his job because of negligence and the kids are afraid to speak the truth because of backlash from peers. That could be a possibility. That's a really tough spot to be in. One of the testimonies that I heard today, led by the state, is a nice place to be, right? Frisco is a really nice place to be, right? Aren't you happy you came here? This is way different than Dallas or some of those other industries. I mean, sometimes I think when you live in particular areas, no region in particular, your norm, maybe your norm, and you don't realize that it comes off
I gotta let it play out.
as something else. One trend I did notice, it doesn't matter whether it was the state or the government, they both spoke to particular witnesses like they should be grateful to be in Frisco. Both of them,
wow.
both sides.
It's mega.
The state, when they
It's
when they
mega.
would call to the stand their black coaches, they would say, tell us about what brought you to Frisco. Isn't it nice? Isn't that different? That's a big change for you, right? From Dallas or Irving, from Oklahoma. Oh, yeah, it's really nice. Were you happy when you got the offer to come here?
Shalithia.
And then on the defense, they would also, in a different way, with somewhat of a similar approach, says, well, tell me about yourself. What do you do?
Can I get
How
you to
long
hit the
have
like
you
button
done
for
it?
me?
And what I
Please?
found a noticeable difference that I believe, right, wrong, or indifferent, and they probably don't realize they're doing it, is they're taking an approach to qualify the black witnesses.
Qualify the black witnesses.
And it was very, I was like, ew. And let me tell you what I mean by that. Just get to the freaking point. Do you have plans? So after you graduate, do you have plans to go to college? Like, that's not important in a murder case. Because you're not asking the other kids those same questions. Honey, I don't know Austin. Why are you, oh, you so biased? I don't know Austin. I don't know Karmelo. And I suggest that you find a chat that can serve you what you need. I suggest you take care and prioritize your mental health. Because now I can let loose.
Let her
Since
let
I
loose.
told y'all what happened in the court. Now meet me. Let me tell you something about me. If I have something to say, I'll stand on it. And when I'm ready to give you my opinion, like I am now, I'll tell you my opinion. And my opinion is you need to go where you're being fed. You need to go where you're being watered.
Or she talking about, she got a liquida.
Jurors were not sequestered. I think they want this over. I think it's been over a year delay in Collin County. They want it over.
I don't want to miss
Those were the
it.
judge's words. I want to get this done. Did they jump Karmelo? They didn't physically jump Karmelo. I think what you guys are getting confused is the verbal banter from the big guys. The big guys that day were asked to step up as leader. And I think
So what's happening is the stadium or the track meet footage from way over there, you remember they said it was way over there, is what they are presenting. But there is a Frisco ISD video that's clear. That's clear. So what they are allowing us to see by way of the people coming out is not the real video at Frisco ISD that showed details. And that video shows the beatdown. So when we hear Hunter say, They left the junior high school, and it was him, his brother, and a couple of their friends, a couple of guys. That is in alignment with the Frisco ISD video that's not being presented in court. That's the confusion. The video that they did not want anybody to see. But the people at Frisco ISD have seen it. So they are strategic in what they are presenting. Even to, that's why people say, yeah, you can kind of see them, but yeah, I didn't see this, that, and the other. That's what's happening. Intentional sabotage.
The coach described them as throwers, the shot put, the shot putters, discus throwers. They were verbally sparring with Karmelo, which may have led social media to believe that they physically jumped him. They were all verbally going at him. Verbally. There has been no evidence presented or any facts presented that 4 or 5 guys touched Karmelo, but there has been testimony from the state's witnesses that 4 or 5 guys verbally went after Karmelo.
That's what they showed her. But that's not the full truth.
You said, hold up. Didn't Austin say, yes, the state's
Come on, I want to get to the daddy.
testified that Austin said to Karmelo, I'ma whoop your bitch ass. I'ma whoop your bitch ass. If Austin was suspended weeks prior, why allow him to have any duties or participate? According to the coach's testimony, Austin wanted to prove himself.
That is true.
And he allowed Austin to attend that
Just
track
keep listening. I ain't finna argue with you.
To attend that. He said he didn't
Verbally.
need him, but he allowed him
Stop
to
the
attend
cap.
it because Austin wanted to prove himself. And he also testified, I really didn't mean that I wanted to kick him off the track team. I wanted to scare him. So it's a lot of shucking and jiving going on.
A lot of shucking and jiving.
It's a lot of shucking and jiving on the witness stand.
Pressure, I don't allow the caps over here.
That's what we call
I don't
shucking
even know
and
how
jiving.
you got through with that. I need to go check my block where it's cap. I don't do
Okay,
that
you
cap
said it's
shit.
going in and out. Don't move. Got you. Okay. Got it. All right. We good now? Are we good now? I'm not going to move. What about now? You say, okay, Twitter is asking a lot of questions.
When I
Hold
downloaded my
on.
first game of G5, it kind of blew my mind. It was the fastest
You know pressure
connection
gonna
because I had-
start.
Okay, give me 1 second. What questions are they asking? I can't see them.
I know that. I know
Okay,
that,
you know
but
what?
she's
Let me
just
get on Twitter and
answering
see.
questions. I know. No. So let me stop. She mentioned him, but she's going to come back around and talk about him again. She's going to talk about what she saw. That's why I don't want to move forward, because if I move too forward, I'm going to pass it. So I got to let this roll out. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I'm listening to her in my other ear. I'm on top of it. Thank you, baby. I got it.
Give me 1 second. I can see if I can take some questions from Twitter. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, and I don't know if I want to hear that right now. Pressure, did you hit the like button? Oh, I had her on a faster speed. Hold on.
All right, I got my Twitter pulled up. Yeah, okay. Let me see what y'all are saying. I don't see anything from Twitter. Oh, there's nothing. I didn't see any questions from Twitter. All right, I got the Twitter pulled up. Eddie record who? I don't know if he recorded it, but I did. What I will say is, the defense is just getting started. Oh, who? Such and such doesn't fact check. He just gives. I mean, a lot of content creators give their opinion. I give my opinion. But I just, I don't feel like it these last couple of days. I just don't. I don't trust the Texas court system to be unbiased. Let's not forget that Texas is a state that didn't even want. Oh, yeah. Okay. Now, don't be promoting nobody on my damn page.
I know that's right.
I had to delete your comment. No free promo. Oh, I'm not worried about it. I like to shuck and jive every now and then. It's Friday night. I'm having a glass of wine.
It's finna come.
Sometimes I like to kind of shuck and jive with y'all. That's it. I'm a Texas girl by heart. I can get a little spicy. Okay, here we go. Here's a Twitter. What gave off the vibe that Austin Dad was... I saw him.
What gave off... Hold on. It said, what gave off the vibe that Austin Dad was coercing the witness, and how couldn't the defense staff see what you saw? Y'all here? Y'all with me? I know it took us a minute to get here. So that message was, what gave off that vibe? And she said, I saw him. I saw him.
What gave off the vibe? Not what gave off. I turned. What I explained was one of the witnesses was so visibly, it was so prominent. Every time he would be asked a question, he kept looking to his right. And at first I thought, well, maybe, the kid is nervous or, and then it happened for over like 30 minutes. And I'm like, I think he knows somebody in the jury box. So then I'm like, well, let me kind of shift my body to see which juror he's recognizing, because this is obvious. And I'm shocked nobody's calling it out, to redirect him to keep his eyes. And as I was shifting and leaning back to the left to get a better glance at the jury box, at that exact moment, the defense said, would you describe Hunter Metcalf as being...
Are y'all listening to what y'all good here?
Was one of the witnesses was so visibly, it was so prominent. Every time he would be asked a question, he kept looking to his right. And at first I thought, well, maybe, the kid is nervous or, and then it happened for over like 30 minutes. And I'm like, I think he knows somebody in the jury box. So then I'm like, well, let me kind of shift my
eyewitness account
to see which juror he's recognizing, because this is obvious. And I'm shocked nobody's calling it out, to redirect him to keep his eyes. And as I was shifting and leaning back to the left to get a better glance to the jury box, at that exact moment, the defense said, would you describe Hunter Metcalf as being a big guy? I saw Mr. Metcalf shake his head no, and the witness said no. As he was
Sean
looking
Baker
at Mr. Metcalf. And I put my pen down, and I decided I didn't want to take any more notes. That's it. Let's see. You said, so Austin stepped up as a leader by saying, I'm going to whoop your BS. Well, one thing they did say is the to redirect him to keep his eyes. And as I was shifting and leaning back to... well, maybe, the kid is nervous or, and then it happened for over like 30 minutes. And I'm like,
30 minutes
somebody in the jury box.
30 minutes of him giving the answers. This is the one who didn't want to go. That was subpoenaed. Are y'all listening to what y'all good here?
I saw it. What gave off the vibe? Not what gave off. I turned. What I explained was one of the witnesses was so visibly, it was so prominent. Every time he would be asked a question, he kept looking to his right. And at first I thought, well, maybe, the kid is nervous or, and then it happened for over like 30 minutes. And I'm like, I think he knows somebody in the jury box.
30 minutes.
So then I'm like, well, let me kind of shift my body to see which juror he's recognizing, because this is obvious. And I'm shocked nobody's calling it out, to redirect him to keep his eyes. And as I was shifting and leaning back to the left to get a better glance at the jury box, at that exact moment, the defense said, would you describe Hunter Metcalf as being a big guy? I saw Mr. Metcalf shake his head no, and the witness said no, as he was looking at Mr. Metcalf. And I put my pen down, and I decided I didn't want to take any more notes. Hunter Metcalf, as being a big guy, I saw Mr. Metcalf. I like to shuck and jive every now and then. You know, it's Friday night. I'm having a glass of wine. Every time.
How do I find time to make burgers for everyone at the office? I manage
Somebody got to
company
call
travel
that, and
on
I
the
think
bond.
they may
Before the
have.
bond was
Keep going.
He would be asked a question. He kept looking to his right. And at first I thought, well, maybe, you know, the kid is nervous or, and then it happened for over like 30 minutes. And I'm like, I think he knows somebody. And
So every time he's asked the question, he looks to the right, not to the left, he looks to the right. And it was so obvious that not only she caught it, I'm sure others caught it too. So when she looked over there, she saw Jeff Metcalf shaking his head no to some questions and up and down to others. Coaching the witness that didn't want to be there so bad that he denied phone calls, rejected dad. Everybody was rejecting phone calls, and then they subpoenaed him, forced him to come. And he didn't have the answers or didn't know the answers, or for whatever reason, the daddy that, yeah, that's been aggressive. And 1 minute and he was faith over fear, and Lord, I forgive him. And, you know, we fall down, but we get up. I mean, whatever. And now he done got angry. He got angry about that half a meal. He got angry that he showed up at an event that he did not have, an event only, invitation only. You know, they had to put his ass out. All of his regrets. You know, his sons done already beat his beep. That's the word on the street, is that before he got put out, he got cracked up and bones broke and shit by his cornbread fed sons. Now he is in the courtroom nodding his head to give the witnesses. That's why their stories is all over the place. He was the aggressor. He was the aggressor. Knowing good and damn well, Hunter done already said his brother was the aggressor. Grabbed his shit. He started it. And then his brother ended it before he lost his life. Let's be clear.
for free. I had to delete your comment. No free promo. Oh, I'm not. Every time he would be asked a question, he kept looking. Was one of the witnesses was so visibly, I mean, it was so prominent. Every time he would be asked a question, he kept looking to his right. And at first I thought, well, maybe, you know, the kid is nervous or, and then it happened for over like 30 minutes. And I'm like, I think he knows somebody in the jury box. So then I'm like, well, let me kind of shift my body to see which juror he's recognizing, because this is obvious. And I'm shocked nobody's calling it out to redirect him to keep his eyes. And as I was shifting and leaning back to the left to get a better glance at the jury box, at that exact moment, the defense said, would you describe Hunter Metcalf as being a big guy? I saw Mr. Metcalf shake his head no, and the witness said no, as he was looking at Mr. Metcalf. And I put my pen down, and I decided I didn't want to take any more notes.
Pissed.
That's it. Let's see. You said, so Austin stepped up as a leader by saying, I'm going to whoop your BS. Well, one thing they did say is the boys banter all the time. You know, that's why they have coaches in the tent, because these kids, they go back and forth all the time. You said, Blizzy, ask your question again. Okay. Let's see.
What y'all think about that?
Okay, CRCD3B said, I'm white and totally agree with you about Texas justice system towards blacks. He's talking to whomever said, whomever spoke about the Texas system. So
I
CR
think
says
she's
he
gonna go
agrees
back
with
one
that
more
person.
time.
I don't care. Listen, let me tell you something. I'm a content creator. They come for me over reality shows.
I think she
Was
said
a
he was
knife or cleat? No, a
shaking,
cleat cleaner. So they clarified that fact today. A cleat
scared.
cleaner was not used. That's a lie. A knife was used. The knife is 3.5 inches long. Initially, it was being
And
reported
I'm gonna
five and
say
a
he
half.
was probably forced. Probably forced. Because she said somewhere, I don't know where it said, that he was shaking. Shaking.
And the reason I think most of us ran with 5.5 inches is because when the defense spoke to the jury, they used the measurement of 5.5, but the knife was actually 3.5 inches.
Another lie.
Yes, that's correct. You said, Chad, the prosecutors presented and rested their case today. They did. They did. Okay, this person, what gave off the vibe? Okay, I think I answered that. Thank you. You say the judge is biased? Well, the judge didn't remove them. The state did. And the judge denied the motion to reinstate them. This should be
What
televised. Well, here's
the judge what
used. That's
this
a lie. A knife was used. The knife is 3.5 inches long. Initially, it was being reported 5.5. And the reason I think most of us ran with 5.5 inches is because when the defense spoke to the jury, they used the measurement of 5.5, but the knife was actually 3.5 inches. Yes, that's correct. You said, Chad, the prosecutors presented and rested their case today. They did. They did. Okay, this person, what gave off the vibe? Okay, I think I answered that. Thank you. You say the judge is biased? Well, the judge didn't remove them. The state did. And the judge denied the motion to reinstate them. They
Oh.
should be televised.
So the 3 black people,
Here's my opinion. Now
that question was
here's
the
my
3
opinion,
people.
Judge
She
Rose.
said the judge didn't remove them, the state did. So through the process of elimination, that's what happens. You know, jury duty is to remove the people that they don't want and settle with what's left. So the question was the judge. She said no, it wasn't the judge, it was the state.
Probably should keep in mind. He's elected in, right? Because he's a state judge. He's voted
Let
in
me
by the
see.
constituents
I
of the
just trying
community
to
who
find where
actually
she
showed
brought
up
him up
and have shown
again.
up several days
And
to see
then,
the trial. This is girl, is she white or black? What was I doing, huh? Okay. Okay, why they're not considering self-defense instead of first-degree murder? Well, that's what they're trying the case. They're trying to.
yeah,
That's
they're
what they're.
trying that now. Okay, so hold on. I had something else in line because I got to get to somebody else, but she's taking calls right now. So let me move on over to her calls. Check that out a little bit, and then we going to roll on. I don't want to be here all day like I was yesterday. Yeah, I hit the like button. Double tap the face of your phone. Like, share, subscribe, and
Everybody
support
say,
the
well, how
platform.
is the defense going to get the
These hands, and let me tell you something. If I get my hands on you,
Queen Sheba, welcome. I am boots on the ground covering the Karmelo Anthony case here in McKinney, Texas. But let me give you some housekeeping rules, and then I am going to go. Where did I go? Wait. Okay, there we go. And then I'm gonna go off screen. Okay. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna open up the lines. I already dropped.
Shout out to
I'm not gonna
Sheba.
carry today's show. I give you content every day. It's your time to call in as viewers. All you have to do is click the link. Click the link because I can respect it when you stand on business. There is no right. There is no wrong. Your opinion is your opinion, and that's what we do over here. But here's the thing: we got to keep it clean. We will not use any
Natural in
derogatory
Orleans.
terms. But your opinion, thank you. But
Wait
your
a
opinion
minute.
is your opinion. So listen, my
Hold on.
moderators already know white folks get to speak their opinion, black folks get to speak their opinion. We ain't timing nobody out because it is what it is, period. So let me tell you how the link works. Let me pin it to the top of the chat. Hold on, y'all. Everybody's saying, where's the link? Where's the link? Let me pin it for you. Hold on. Oh, crap. 2, you should be able to pin the link to the chat. Hold on. Let me see if I can pin it really quick. You all. I think I got it. I can probably do it quicker. So I'm going to pin a link. It's a hyperlink. You got to click the link from your phone or your computer and just follow the instructions. You can name yourself whatever you want to name yourself. And then before you come into the studio, you're going to make sure your audio is connected, You're gonna click these settings, check audio. If you're using AirPods, make sure it's connected to your AirPods. If you're in your car, make sure it's connected to your car speakers. And that's the way we're gonna do this thing, okay? Give me 1 second and we're gonna get this party started.
She paused it, y'all.
All right, it looks like we pinned the link because we have people back here now that are waiting to come on stage. We have pinned the link. Hold on, y'all. Pin the link. Let me pin it one more time.
Okay, Natural in New Orleans.
There we go.
Hold on.
Now let's get this party started. Let me come on camera one more time. I don't give a damn what y'all are talking about. It's Sunday. Stand on business. You feel some kind of way, stand on business. Because a lot of people don't give you this opportunity. Hell, Judge Roach won't even let y'all in the courtroom as constituents of the community. I feel like that's effed up, right? But let me tell you something about me. Let me come on camera and say it. I run a tight ship like Judge Roach. That's why it is what it is when it comes to his rules, because you're going to get 30 seconds to speak your piece. When your 30 seconds is up, it's done. It's a wrap. Now, if you get into like a heated debate and I feel like I'm with the shits today and I want to see y'all go back and forth, I'll be like, hey, you stay up, and I'll let y'all go at it. But I'm going to dictate the rules of engagement if it comes to that, okay? Happy Cheetah. Welcome. Happy
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm a fan of your content. Love your content.
Thank you. Hold on. Let me introduce you to the audience. What are your thoughts on the Karmelo Anthony case, the trial? You got 30 to 45 seconds. Let me tell you how it's going to work, okay? When you hear this sound, listen to this. Your time is up, okay?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Right.
Thank you for giving me a platform.
Fire away.
Sure, yeah, I'm going to try to talk as fast as I can. I think you have multiple issues, and I think that's what makes it so difficult, right? Like you have the law, and then you have morality. The morality piece says that when you start problems, you get what you get, right? And I'm sure all of us were raised that way, but unfortunately, the law doesn't always see it that way. So I think that Mr. Anthony might be in trouble. Like looking at when you're talking about the evidence, do I think the witnesses are lying? Obviously, they've been coached. Obviously, all of those kids up there aren't telling the truth.
Is
But
that
all
too
we really have to
fast?
go off of. So, in looking at what's in front of us, I don't see it ending in Karmelo's favor.
Hey, Miss
That doesn't mean it shouldn't.
Michelle.
But the law and morality are.
Ain't that what you told me to call
Everything I
you?
feel about the case is about the law. Because if we're talking about right and wrong, who started it, we know who started it. But unfortunately, sometimes the law doesn't care about that. That's just, you know what I mean? That's just the reality. So I think it's just people are merging the two on both sides. I feel like we're talking more about morality, which everyone's morality is different, but the law is about black and white, and we can't change that. So when we get away from talking about the law, I just sort of tune out because it's like going round and round about the other.
I'm gonna slow it up.
All right. Good point. That was happy. Next up, we have Miss Ann. Ann, welcome. What are your thoughts? Fire off. Good point. That was happy. Next up, we have Miss Ann. Ann, welcome. What are your... Okay, Ann, I had to mute you. So what you want to, whatever device you have playing in the background, go ahead and mute it. Your space.
Hello?
Hey, Ann, welcome. What are your thoughts, Ann?
I'm sorry, I can't hear. Just a second.
Okay. We're going to give Ann a couple of seconds to get her audio, and she'll be right back. Everybody, thank you for your patience, and I'm glad y'all pulled up.
What's happening?
Oh, no, you're good, Ann. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Are you able to skip me until I figure out what's happening?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so let's go to the next caller. We got Tracy Key. Welcome. Good morning, Tracy. Happy Sunday. What are your thoughts?
Hi, Queen. Can you hear me?
Hey, Shay.
Okay, great. I think your commentary is just awesome. Your detail, everything. It feels like I'm in the courtroom. This is such a tragedy. I just can't wait to see what the defense puts on because the prosecution's case is it's a little damning. So I'm just praying for a Hail Mary here. They're gonna have to pull
Damning
something
with
out their
lies,
head
but that's what they're
because
supposed to
this is
do,
gonna
I
be
guess.
interesting. And thank you again for all that you do.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure, and thank you for coming up. That was Tracy P. We're going to drop Tracy down, and we're going to try to go back to Ann. Hey, Ann. You're on mute, Ann. If you can hear me. You're going to have to tap your microphone one time. Let me, Ann's still working on her audio. Your microphone.
Yes, can you hear me
one
now?
time.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Let me, Ann's still working on her
Yes,
audio.
can you hear me?
I can hear you. Your microphone.
Yes, can you hear me
One
now?
time.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. So I just got, yes, can you hear me? I just got my first
I can hear
introduction to you yesterday after
Yeah,
listening
I
to
don't.
another BLK creator. And so I really do appreciate all of your sentiments. I know this is really quickly, but I think that there are a lot of things at play here. I do not think that. So I think
Yeah,
that
I
the
wanna.
prosecution is doing a good job at setting up the stage for smoke and mirrors, and they're using that to play on the heartstrings. So I think that the prosecution is doing a good job at setting up the stage for smoke and mirrors. Am I able to continue?
Ann, you have an echo going in the background. I took you off. I'm going to bring you back in. But you have a real, like, there's something playing and it's overlapping your audio. I'm going to come back in.
Using Boomerang, you can request read receipts for any email you send. Once you've written your message, click the
I want
blue
to hear
envelope
question.
icon in the bottom right of the
Excuse
Compose
me.
window. This will insert a read receipt notification in the bottom.
What happened earlier this week with the store owner, I forget his first name, but Child and Cyrus. So I guess my question is, if we cannot, I guess, flee without it being an issue, then you would think that we should be able to stand our ground. But if we're not able to stand our ground, I guess my question is, what options do we have in protecting ourselves? Because it seems like whichever direction you go, according to the courts, it seemed like, well, I know this one is still up in the air, but even for it to be a case and to be at trial, it just seemed like, okay, so we can't stand our ground, we can't flee, we can't run. So what are we to do, to just stand there? Like, so it's a rhetorical question, but I would like to know your thoughts. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, doctor. So that's a really good question. Let's see if anybody wants to come up and speak to that. All right. We have Free Karmelo. Welcome, Free Karmelo. What you got?
I just thought it was really interesting when you said that it was very obvious to everyone in the courtroom that Jeff Metcalf allegedly was helping one of the witnesses answer the questions in your comment section of that video. Everyone was saying like, "Oh, who is this woman? She's just biased, saying anything." And then Court TV or Law and Crime, YouTube page with like 1 million something followers, their reporter said the exact same thing, that the witness was looking over at Jeff Metcalf and he was visibly shaking his head in the courtroom. So if everyone else was able to see that and Judge Roach was kicking people out for whispering, how is he not seeing a witness look over at someone in the gallery and giving answers to like, how is he not seeing that? That just doesn't make sense to me.
That's a good question. So let me tell you what happened with that, and thank you for asking. So when that was happening, Judge Roach was positioned this way. If you can see me, Mr. Metcalf is back there. So Judge Roach would have had to have turned this way to see what was going on. I was able to see it because I was this way, and I'm watching the witness, and I could see every time he was asked a question, he would look like, if you, right, I'm looking into the screen or asking me a question, and I go this way every time I answer, and I'm like, what is he looking at? I mean, it went on for at least 20 to 30 minutes. So finally, I attempted to position my body because I thought maybe he knew somebody in the jury. But it was Mr. Metcalf he was looking at. And when I leaned back to take a better look at the jury, I could see Mr. Metcalf telling him when to say yes and when to say no. And at the exact time, when a defense screener asking me a question, and I go this way every time I answer, and I'm like, what is he looking at? I mean, it went on for at least 20 to 30 minutes. So finally,
Makes sense to me.
That's a good question. So let me tell you what happened with that, and thank you for asking. So when that was happening, Judge Roach was positioned this way. If you can see me, Mr. Metcalf is back there. So Judge Roach would have had to have turned this way to see what was going on. I was able to see it because I was this way, and I'm watching the witness
Visibly shaking his head in the courtroom. So if everyone else was able to see that and Judge Roach was kicking people out for whispering, how is he not seeing a witness look over at someone in the gallery and giving answers to like, how is he not seeing that? That just doesn't make sense to me.
That's a good question. So let me tell you what happened with that, and thank you for asking. So when that was happening, Judge Roach was positioned this way. If you can see me, Mr. Metcalf is back there. So Judge Roach would have had to have turned this way to see what was going on. I was able to see it because I was this way, and I'm watching the witness, and I could see every time he was asked a question, he would look like, if you, right, I'm looking into the screen, I'm asking me a question, and I go this way every time I answer, and I'm like, what is he looking at? I mean, it went on for at least 20 to 30 minutes. So finally, I attempted to position my body because I thought maybe he knew somebody in the jury. But it was Mr. Metcalf he was looking at. And when I leaned back to take a better look at the jury, I could see Mr. Metcalf telling him when to say yes and when to say no. And at the exact time, when a defense said, would you describe Hunter Metcalf as a bigger boy, Mr. Metcalf said, and the witness said no. And at that point I said, he's leading the witness, and I forgot I wasn't supposed to.
He's leading the witness. This man up here, the daddy. Let me make you bigger, baby girl. What is happening? Why? Him, Metcalf.
Talking court and everything's, and I just dropped my pen and paper, and I was like, I don't want to take notes anymore. But it was absolutely jarring to position my body because I thought
something followers. Their reporter said the exact same thing, that the witness was looking over at Jeff.
What?
question is, what options do we have in protecting ourselves? Because it seemed like whichever direction you go, according to the court, it seemed like, well, I know this one is still up in the air, but even for it to be a case and to be a trial, it just seemed like, okay, so we can't stand our ground, we can't flee, we can't run. So what are we to do? To just stand there? Like, so it's a rhetorical question, but I would like to know your thoughts. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Doctor. So that's a really good question. Let's see if anybody wants to come up and speak to that. All right, we have Free Karmelo. Welcome, Free Karmelo. What you got?
I just thought it was really interesting when you said that. It was very obvious to everyone in the courtroom that Jeff Metcalf allegedly was helping one of the witnesses answer the questions in your comments section of that video. Everyone was saying like, "Oh, who?"
Oh my God. Hold on. I just kicked myself out of where I was. Let me bring it back up. Y'all please hit the like button.
Your kids will inherit your timeshare bill the day you die, unless you read the 2026 ruling. A federal court just ruled these contracts are illegal because they were written to trap your children after you're gone. Owners may
Wrapped up your point. You did a really good job. Now I'm just verbally sparring. At that point, I said, he's leading the witness, and I'm this way to see what was going on. That's a really good question. Let's see if anybody wants to come up.
Okay, so hold on. Let me fix this so that I won't be dropping it. Okay, let me fix this so I can get her and not be dropping. Okay, let's go.
And speak to that. All right, we have Free Karmelo. Welcome, Free Karmelo. What you got?
I just thought it was really interesting when you said that. It was very obvious to everyone in the courtroom that Jeff Metcalf allegedly was helping one of the witnesses answer the questions in your comments section of that video. Everyone was saying like, "Oh, who is this woman? She's just biased, saying anything." And then Court TV or Law and Crime, YouTube page with like 1 million something followers, their reporter said the exact same thing, that the witness was looking over at Jeff Metcalf and he was visibly shaking his head in the courtroom. So if everyone else was able to see that and Judge Roach was kicking people out for whispering, how is he not seeing a witness look over at someone in the gallery and giving answers to
get the word out there. Pull up that old video.
That's a good question. So let me tell you what happened with that, and thank you for asking. So when that was happening, Judge Roach was positioned this way. If you can see me, Mr. Metcalf is back there. So Judge Roach would have had to have turned this way to see what was going on. I was able to see it because I was this way, and I'm watching the witness, and I could see every time he was asked a question, he would look like, if you, right, I'm looking into the screen or asking me a question, and I go this way every time I answer, and I'm like, what is he looking at? I mean, it went on for at least 20 to 30 minutes. So finally, I attempted to position my body because I thought maybe he knew somebody in the jury. But it was Mr. Metcalf he was looking at. And when I leaned back to take a better look at the jury, I could see Mr. Metcalf telling him when to say yes and when to say no. And at the exact time, when a defense said, would you describe Hunter Metcalf as a big boy, a bigger boy? Mr. Metcalf said, and the witness said no. At that point I said, he's leading the witness. And I forgot I wasn't supposed to talk in court, and everybody's like, and I just dropped my pen and paper, and I was like, I don't want to take notes anymore. But it was absolutely jarring. Free Karmelo.
Yeah, this is what I feel like this is something that why we would an all-white jury wouldn't see why that's an issue. I feel like this, like some small details like that, because you and the reporter from Law and Court just so happen to be African American. You guys are the only ones that mentioned this. All the other reporters.
I need to back it up again.
And when to say no, and at the exact time when
seeing that just doesn't make sense to me.
Everybody wants to come up and speak to that.
Let's play it again.
We have Free Karmelo. Welcome, Free Karmelo. What you got?
I just thought it was really interesting when you said that. It was very obvious to everyone in the courtroom that Jeff Metcalf allegedly was helping one of the witnesses answer the questions in your comments in your comment section of that video. Everyone was saying like, "Oh, who is this woman? She's just biased, saying anything." And then Court TV or Law and Crime, YouTube,
Law
like
and
a million
Crime.
something followers. Their reporter said the exact same thing, that the witness was looking over at Jeff Metcalf and he was visibly shaking his head in the courtroom. So if everyone else was able to see that and Judge Roach was kicking people out for whispering, how is he not seeing a witness look over at someone in the gallery and giving answers to like, how is he not seeing that? That just doesn't make sense to me.
That's a good question. So let me tell you what happened with that, and thank you for asking. So when that was happening, Judge Roach was positioned this way. If you can see me, Mr. Metcalf is back there. So Judge Roach would have had to have turned this way to see what was going on. I was able to see it because I was this way, and I'm watching the witness, and I could see every time he was asked a question, he would look like if you, right? I'm looking into the screen or asking me a question, and I go this way every time I answer, and I'm like, what is he looking at? I mean, it went on for at least 20 to 30 minutes. So finally, I attempted to position my body because I thought maybe he knew somebody in the jury. But it was Mr. Metcalf he was looking at. And when I leaned back to take a better look at the jury, I could see Mr. Metcalf telling him when to say yes and when to say no. And at the exact time, when a defense said, would you describe Hunter Metcalf as a big boy, a bigger boy? Mr. Metcalf said, and the witness said no. At that point I said, he's leading the witness. And I forgot I wasn't supposed to talk in court, and everybody's like, and I just.
Oh, she said it out loud?
I was like, I don't want to take notes anymore. But it
She
was
said it out loud?
jarring. Free Karmelo. And went to say no. And at the exact time, when a defense said, would you describe Hunter Metcalf as a big boy, a bigger boy? Mr. Metcalf said, and the witness said no. At that point I said, he's leading the witness. And when I leaned back to take a better look at the jury, I could see Mr. Metcalf telling him when to say yes and when to say no. And at the exact time, when a defense said, would you describe Hunter Metcalf as a big boy, a bigger boy? Mr. Metcalf said, and the witness said no. At that point I said, he's leading the witness. And I forgot I wasn't supposed to talk in court, and everybody's like, and I just dropped my pen and paper, and I was like, I don't want to take notes anymore. But it was absolutely jarring. Free Karmelo.
Yeah, this is what I feel like this is something that why we would an all-white jury wouldn't see why that's an issue. I feel like this, like some small details like that, because you and the reporter from Law and Court just so happen to be African American. You guys are the only ones that mention this. All the other reporters on Twitter who are like verified reporters, unbiased news, none of them have mentioned that this happened at all.
And let me tell you what would be the case. And then I'm going to let you go. Judge Roach handpicked the media that has access to the courtroom, and the 9 individuals that he handpicked are specific to Collin County. So that it's leading the witness.
For me, Thrive isn't just about.
I'm glad she was able to get it out and not get put out.
For my family, for my workouts, for my.
Now I am glad.
Dropped my pen and paper, and I was like, I don't want to take notes anymore. But it was absolutely jarring. If you, right, I'm looking into the screen or asking me a question, and I go this way every time I answer, and I'm like, what is he looking at? I mean, it went on for at least 20 to 30 minutes. So finally, I attempted to position my body because I thought maybe he knew somebody in the jury.
I wonder if there are cameras in
when I leaned back to
the
take a
courthouse.
the jury, I could see Mr. Metcalf telling him when to say yes and when to say no. And at the exact time, when a defense said, would you describe Hunter Metcalf as a big boy, a bigger boy? Mr. Metcalf said, and the witness said,
everything that he is taking pride in his cornbread fed ass sons, now you want to minimize him and say he ain't no big boy. He bigger than Austin. He was the biggest of the two. Yeah. So now, on there, they asking, is he a big guy? Because they know that he was outsized. I think he's heavier than Austin at 215. I think Hunter was bigger than him. So is he asking about Hunter or Austin? He's asking about, is Austin a big guy? Yeah, he was the star player, so y'all say. He was the star linebacker, so y'all say. Although the coach said that they was piss poor. That's why they got mad. That's why they got mad, because Karmelo was talking about the football season. I'm talking about cameras in the courtroom. I'm talking about Collin County. Do the courtroom have cameras?
look over at someone in the gallery and giving answers to like, how is he not seeing that? That just doesn't make sense to me.
That's a good question. So let me tell you what happened with that, and thank you for asking. So when that was happening, Judge Roach was positioned this way. If you can see me, Mr. Metcalf is back there. So Judge Roach would have had to have turned this way to see what was going on. I was able to see it because I was this way, and I'm watching the witness, and I could see every time he was asked a question, he would look like if you, right, I'm looking into the screen or asking me a question, and I go this way every time I answer, and I'm like, what is he looking at? I mean, it went on for at least 20 to 30 minutes. So finally, I attempted to position my body because I thought maybe he knew somebody in the jury. But it was Mr. Metcalf he was looking at. And when I leaned back to take a better look at the jury, I could see Mr. Metcalf telling him when to say yes and when to say no. And at the exact time, when a defense said, would you describe Hunter Metcalf as a big boy, a bigger boy? Mr. Metcalf said, and the witness said no. And at that point I said, he's leading the witness. And I forgot I wasn't supposed to talk in court, and everybody's like, and I just dropped my pen and paper, and I was like, I don't want to take notes anymore. But it was absolutely jarring. Free Karmelo.
Yeah, this is what I feel like this is something that why we would an all-white jury wouldn't see why that's an issue. I feel like this, like some small details like that, because you and the reporter from Law and Court just so happen to be African American. You guys are the only ones that mention this. All the other reporters on Twitter who are like verified reporters, unbiased news, none of them have mentioned that this happened at all.
And let me tell you what would be the case. And then I'm going to let you go. Judge Roach handpicked the media that has access to the courtroom. And the 9 individuals that he handpicked are specific to Collin County. So that they're not going to report that. They can't report that. I mean, that would be like professional suicide. But thank you for coming.
Right.
Thank you, Queen.
Absolutely. Thank you. Let's go back
if they was going to do that, they would have put out the real mugshot. I don't know what is going on.
You have an echo, Ann, and I have no idea why. We're going to keep trying now. I'm going to come back to you. Let me go to Micah. Micah, welcome, Micah. Micah, are you there?
Y'all hit the like button for me, please. I keep asking y'all to keep the likes up as you enter in so that we won't have to pause and break. Are y'all cool with the questions? Or do I need to move on? Are y'all cool with this?
Hello.
Hey, Micah.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I just want to say that you have done a very good job covering the case.
Indeed. Shout out to Sheba.
Okay, thank you. Is that
Queen
all?
of Sheba.
I also wanted to say that I one of the YouTube attorneys that I look at a lot whenever it's something with like self-defense is a YouTube channel called Washington. You just did a video talking about how Instagram self-defense works in Texas, and analyzed the exact statute. And I thought you and your viewers might be interested in like looking over his video where it like breaks down the exact statute of the Texas self-defense.
Okay, well, thank you for coming up and sharing. We appreciate you, Micah. Have a beautiful Sunday.
I mean, you too.
Okay, all right. Let's go to, let me see. Somebody just texted me. Monique Mo. Welcome, Monique. What are your thoughts?
Hi, I just kind of wanted to piggyback off of what the first guy was talking about as far as Mr. Metcalf coaching the women. Do you think that will result into a mistrial?
Okay, so my response is I think it depends on the defense. If they get word of it, and if they request the videos that record, and they're able to point out and show to the judge that he was doing that, then well, he should be removed from the courtroom. To be honest, just like anybody else.
Right. Okay. Well, that's all I wanted to speak about. I just wanted to say you are doing a great job of covering this case. I hope you are out there being safe also.
Thank you, Monique. That was Monique. Let's go to Ann. Ann, welcome. Are you there? I have 2 Anns up here. Can you hear me? Let's take this one off. Let's try. Uh-oh. So Ann, my first Ann, you still have an echo. Ann, are you using AirPods? My first Ann. Just try to use your 2. Can you walk her through how to call in? So her echo can go away? Freshly, welcome Freshly. What do you have?
Hey Queen, I had so much I was so confused up until yesterday because it seemed like a lot of the witnesses, like when they were torn apart about how when Austin was in front of Karmelo, and how Karmelo reached into his bag and said, touch me and find out, or whatever he was saying. Eddie, when Eddie came on, yes, when you said Eddie stated Austin was the one that said, I will beat you up, beat, or something like that. I saw. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Go ahead and mute up for me and I can answer. So I used witnesses. I told you guys that they were male or female, right? I can't confirm or deny who said what, which is why I said, witness, blah, 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 male, 17 years old. There was a witness that did testify that Austin told Karmelo, I'm gonna beat your bitch ass. To which Karmelo said, touch me and see what happens. Are you there?
Yes, that's the part I'm talking about. A lot of the witnesses, they were skipping that part because that's why I was confused, because a lot of them wasn't stating what Austin had said that led Karmelo to even say, touch me and find out. So is that not a threat? I'm confused about that.
I mean, I would probably class it. If somebody tells me, I'm gonna whoop your bitch ass.
Right.
I respond, touch me and see what happens. I'm responding.
So
I don't know. Go ahead.
So I'm saying, well, when he said he was gonna beat his bitch ass, that he threatened him. Okay.
Calling in. Thank you, Freshie.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go to Ann. Ann, can you hear me?
Still echoing, as you see, there is a section that says, quote, browser not supported for background noise removal.
I can hear you, Ann. I can hear you. Somebody tell Ann in the chat we can hear her. Ann,
hello?
We can hear you. We can hear you. Okay, we'll come back to her. That's okay. Take your time, you guys. We're very patient. We understand not everybody knows how to work this. Let me move really quickly. David Mertes. Welcome, David. David, you're on mute. You have to unmute your microphone. Hit it one time. So I'm gonna come back to you, David. Kenny, welcome. Kenny, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, hey, how's it going?
It's
I was wondering, they keep saying that Karmelo provoked it, but he's the one that was sitting down this whole time, and now there's a report that Austin was the one who walked up 5 rows in the bleacher. I just don't really, looking at those facts, I don't understand how the kid who's sitting is the one that provoked the kid who walked up 4 rows and then got physical first. That just doesn't really...
Austin.
I don't understand how that equates to the one sitting is the provoker, if that makes sense.
No, that makes a lot of sense. But then what you have to keep in mind, right? Each side is there to win. So if I have to maybe not give you all of the details and just go with the narrative that's in the best interest of my case, that's probably what I would do as the safety.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's happening.
Yeah, I guess I'm just waiting for the defense to...
Okay, y'all, are y'all cool with this, or do I need to move on? Not enough 55.
Kind of emphasizing that more, maybe with more witnesses.
I need to get to Neek.
Witnesses are all on.
Are y'all ready to move on?
I play basketball myself.
Okay, thank you, Illis.
I mean, I think it's kind of a tribal mentality, honestly, when you talk about high school boys. So,
Let me hear her right quick. She says the real reason she covered the Diddy trial, and she was a part of the who brought out
Hey y'all, I'm your legal bestie, attorney Simone, and in this video, I break down
R. Kelly. She convicted R. Kelly, so let me hear her take.
There were no black jurors, why they all were struck. Hit that like and hit that subscribe, and don't forget, you can always book a free consultation with me if you are injured anywhere in the nation. Myself and my legal team can represent you. We'd be happy to, or you can book a consultation with me for a non-injury matter by calling 855-4-SIMONE, SYMONE, or going to SimoneRedwine.com. Now, with the Karmelo Anthony trial, this is a trial of a teenager in the Frisco, Texas area, which is
now the light is too light,
where he was at a track meet when a boy named Austin Metcalf was pulling a Karen. It was rainy, there was a track meet, and Karmelo's school did not have a tarp to protect its students from the rain. It began raining. Karmelo saw a friend of his, went over to that tent to greet his friend, and was sitting under there with the friend when Austin decided to be a Karen, and he assaulted Karmelo, shoved him, pushed him out of the tent.
Ooh, I'm glad she's keeping it real, because I did not like her coverage for in the Diddy trial. Oh, let's keep it real, Simone. Let's go. Let's go. Come on.
from the rain. It began raining. Karmelo saw a friend of his, went over to that tent to greet his friend, and was sitting under there. Always book a free consultation with me if you are injured anywhere in the nation. Myself and my legal team can represent you. We'd be happy to. Or you can book a consultation with me for a non-injury matter by calling a teenager in the Frisco, Texas area, which is a suburb of DFW, Dallas, where he was at a track meet when a boy named Austin Metcalf was pulling a Karen. It was rainy, there was a track meet, and Karmelo's school did not have a tarp to protect its students from the rain. It began raining. Karmelo saw a friend of his, went over to that tent to greet his friend, and was sitting under there with the friend when Austin decided to be a Karen, and he assaulted Karmelo, shoved him, pushed him out of the tent. Karmelo then pulled out a pocket knife, jabbed him, and unfortunately that one jab killed Austin. He was unalive. So what we're talking about here, though, this video is specifically what happened with the jury pool. Now, here's how the jury works in the state of Texas for an unaliving trial like this one, which is first degree, big M word. We're going to use YouTube talk. Now, 589 residents were summoned for the jury. Those are people of all races that were allegedly Collin County residents. Now, what happens is, of those 589, that does not mean there were 589 people who were qualified. That means that's who showed up. Now, what happens is step one is either side, on the prosecution side or the defense side, they are able to talk to the jurors in front of the judge and ask questions, and jurors are first struck for failure to qualify for jury service. So some of the reasons could be they don't actually live in the county anymore, maybe there are citizenship issues, or different types of hardships that can excuse that person from jury duty. That usually happens because that potential juror...
And that's what my attorney friend keeps saying. We got to, when we get summons, we got to go and get qualified. We cannot complain about there not being any blacks if we don't, go to serve. It's our service instead of coming up with them 50 million excuses. Because we do it. I've done it. I've done it, but we got to stop. Because if you notice, I haven't chimed in heavy on that because I am I can say I am a problem. I'm part of the problem. So how can I sit up here and complain about it when I have aborted jury duty? We got to do better. We got to do better. And that's all I'm going to say on that. We got to do better. Time and time again, it's a thorn in our side when we see this type shit. It's just like voting to me. It's just like voting. Oh, no, it don't matter. My vote don't count. Oh, I ain't finna go up there. And yeah, you not going up there to help. You're not serving to help when help is needed. We sitting on our asses doing nothing. But we can go get our nails done. We can go get our hair done. We can go clubbing. We can go get a drink at the bar. We can do all of that stuff. We got to do better. True Gunner.
They are able to talk to the jurors in front of the judge and ask
Oh,
questions.
okay.
And jurors are first struck for failure to qualify for jury service. So some of the reasons could be they don't actually live in the county anymore, maybe there are citizenship issues, or different types of hardships that can excuse that person from jury duty. That usually happens because that potential juror raises their hand and says, hey, Your Honor, I can't serve on this jury because I'm taking heart medication, or I have this health issue where my medication won't allow me to basically pay attention to everything for this trial. Maybe I have doctor appointments. Another reason could be financial hardship, or literally, I can't afford to miss work. You are allowed to tell the judge that because you only get $20 a day. So there's that. You get $20 your first day, and I believe it's like $58 each subsequent day in that county. You can also say, hey, Your Honor, I need to be excused because I've got childcare issues. That you, for example, if you know the defendant or some of the witnesses, you can be excused for that.
That's the reason why we're not.
If you have already formed a fixed opinion because of media coverage that you've seen, or you just feel like you cannot put that aside, that's another reason.
All of these are excuses.
You can be dismissed from the jury. Or if you just let them know, hey, I can't follow the law. That's always a reason. Literally, if you say I can't follow the law, that means you have to be dismissed for cause. But just to let you know, step one is they basically dismiss certain jurors for not qualifying from this.
Because that means they already have a preconceived notion.
Every juror, before they show up, they complete what's called a jury questionnaire. Now that questionnaire gives both sides, the state and the defense, information about that person. It gives their age, it gives their race, it gives their political party, or at least it asks their political party and affiliation. And so both sides, you go through those answers and you make stacks of who you like and who you don't like. And you could not like someone because maybe you feel like, oh, okay, I think this guy's going to be super Republican. I think their job says that they are, I don't know, maybe they're going to be a...
If you're buying an LED mask this year, here are my non-negotiables. LED light therapy.
I don't know, maybe they're going to basically have a job where you think, maybe they work for, what's that Charlie Kirk company? Whatever, Turning Point USA. And you're like, hell no, they going to hate the blacks. Whatever it is, you can make a stack of why of who you think you like and ultimately want to be on the jury and who you don't, right? But what you need to keep in mind is that there are two ways someone can be dismissed from the jury. Either for cause or based on what's called a preemptive strike. Now, cause means they can't follow the law, they don't qualify. I just gave those examples. But if they meet cause, if, basically they meet all the criteria to be a juror, you can also get rid of them if you just don't like them. So each side is given what's called 10 preemptory strikes. Think of it this way. 10 times you can dismiss someone for no reason or any reason at all, as long as it's not an illegal reason. An illegal reason, and this would be the reason we're going to stick with for this conversation, would be based on race, right? You cannot dismiss someone based on race. You also can't do it based on religion, just FYI. You can't say, oh, I don't want any Muslims on this jury. Oh, I don't want any Christians on this jury. You can't do that. But here we're going to stick with race. So what happened was first they dismissed people who had hardships and were like, hey, I can't do it. And then second, what happens, step two, what happens there is that the attorneys start to question the panel. They're in a big room and they ask generic questions to everyone in the room. And they'll say things like, raise your hand if you could never convict someone who said that they were bullied. All right. Well, anyone who raises their hand, the state is going to say, oh, we don't want them on the jury because they're likely going to be too biased. Now, if you're biased like that, then you look to the judge, and if they say, oh, you go to the judge, you say, Judge, I'd like this person to be dismissed for cause. That way you don't have to use one of your 10, but for cause because they can't follow the law, as an example. So a lot of people were dismissed for reasons like that. Or maybe the question was, maybe the attorneys asked the jury and say, is there anybody here who could never believe self-defense if someone used a knife? You could never say, oh, it's self-defense if the defendant used a knife, right? And they raise their hand. That would mean there's a bias there, and you get them dismissed for cause. What if they said, oh, is there anyone here who believes that teenagers today are violent? They're just generally violent. If so, that means there's a bias against teenagers. I say that to say, based on the numbers, the majority of the blacks that were dismissed from the jury pool ended up being dismissed because they, as in the state, was able to solicit some type of bias to get them kicked off the jury. Let me give you a better example.
Did y'all hear that?
One of the questions they like to ask, there's a bias against teenagers. I say that to say,
so when the people who would have been like, hell no, whatever, these strong opinions, these very strong opinions, instead of just have a law-abiding mindset, who want to add all of this, egg and cheese to the muffin, the hood lawyers, y'all gonna be disqualified. Illis, you gonna be disqualified. I'm just room shaker, you gonna be disqualified. Let me see who else will be. Pressure, big pressure, out of there. So again, this is a tactic that they already have in place because we think our opinion really matters. How we feel really matters up against the law. So again, these laws that have been put in place are not for us. It's for them to get judgment against us. So when we go in there saying, no, I ain't gonna be, no. Oh yeah, I'm all of that gonna get us out. I remember my attorney friend told us a long time ago, you have to have an unbiased mindset. Be opposite of what they are wanting you to be. If you say, oh yeah, I can be unbiased, or oh yeah, I think the kids of the day are pretty balanced, you have to answer away from what they're wanting you to say so they can. It's baiting you to say the wrong thing so that they can dismiss black people. I need for us to understand that. That's, you know, a lot of us do get dismissed because we go in there answering the questions on how we think in the hood. I just need for y'all to hear this from her.
What if, or if they said, oh, is there anyone here who believes that teenagers today are violent? They're just generally violent. If so, that means there's a bias against teenagers.
Because see right there, I probably would have said yes. But what I probably should have said, well, some are and some are not. It just depends, you know, because I just lumped every teenager into the same bucket. Yeah, them kids nowadays, they don't play. Them kids nowadays, get them out. You're not going to work with that program. I'm just trying to tell y'all. And when I be trying to tell y'all the truth about some stuff, people would still rather go with the hood lawyers who don't even know the law and run with it. Again, some of the way we think, some of the way we move, we are our own worst enemies. We don't know how to be smooth. We still have that aggression about shit because, you know, a lot of us was raised in the hood, but we don't have to always be hood. It ain't take the hood along with you everywhere you go. Take the hood along with you where you go. Hood, hood, hood. Oh, hood, hood, hood. Yeah, you can't take the hood along with you everywhere you go. You can't take the hood along with you everywhere you go. That's all I'm going to say. I just had to go to church with you for a minute. Let's go.
Hey everybody, Walter Goggins here. Starting a business.
Since I missed church this morning.
That endeavor.
Based on the numbers, the majority of the blacks that were dismissed from the jury pool ended up being dismissed.
Hey, keeping it up, lady.
The state was able to solicit some type of bias to get him kicked off the jury. Let me give you a
who was tapping their feet? I don't know what you come to do. Who was tapping their foot? Huh? Hey, me, Mo. You know how y'all do the double tap? Do the double tap. I don't know what you come to do. I don't know what, yeah. Come on, girlfriend. I'm appreciating you today. I ain't like you in the Diddy trial, but let's go.
One of the questions they like to ask is, hey, if you feel that, oh, if the police arrested the defendant, he must have done something wrong. That means that would be a bias, right? So there'll probably be some old white lady who says, yeah, the police arrested him. He must have did something wrong. That would be someone who could be dismissed from cause, and you want to get her the hell out of there. You don't want someone who's just automatically going to go with what the jury says.
Shuffle them feet.
Reports from CBS News said that one of the questions that got some of the African Americans out, or one of the comments rather, is that, for example, there was an African American prospective juror, bless his heart, and when asked, you know, could he be fair effectively, he said, quote unquote, I'm going to have a hard time putting a brother in jail.
Oh.
Sir, shut up!
Yep.
Shut up. So that's an example.
That's stuff right there.
Qualified, but got dismissed for cause, because when you say that, it is assumed that you can't follow the law. But here's what's crazy. I have seen multiple times white folks say stuff like that all the time. Oh.
That's true. So when my attorney friend said, if they follow the judge's guideline, he will be acquitted. But when they come in with a preconceived notion that I already made up, oh no, that becomes the problem, because they did not follow the rulings or the guidelines or the steps or the whatever it's called that the judge give. But the lawyer said that I know said if they follow the judge's direction or whatever, I forgot what is that called, then he will be acquitted. But there is a problem that the white people, so he said all Karmelo needs is one. And we gonna hope that one of those foreigners are the one. Hopefully it's one that's been bullied before. Let's go.
But they won't say race. That's the difference. when you say that, it is assumed that you can't.
I ain't gonna be able to send a brother. But that's seeing a kid.
Because when you say that, it is assumed that you can't.
But pressure will send a kid.
But got dismissed for cause. Because when you say that, it is assumed.
I want to hear how you say it.
Time putting a brother in jail. So,
I'm gonna have a hard time.
News said that one of the questions that got some of the African Americans out, or one of the comments rather, is that, for example, there was an African American prospective juror, bless his heart, and when asked, you know, could he be fair effectively, he said, quote unquote, I'm gonna have a hard time putting a brother in jail. Sir, shut up! Shut up. So that's an example of
we get ourselves disqualified.
But got dismissed for cause, because when you say that, it is assumed that you can't follow the law. But here's what's crazy. I have seen multiple times white folks say stuff like that all the time. Oh, but they won't say race. That's the difference. A white person will say, I'm gonna have, because you can, what happens is the defendant is sitting there. So you can see that it's a black person, white person, whatever. They might say, oh, I might have a trouble, just finding that the police lied or whatever it is. And then in turn, you can see their bias. But what happens here is, in the end, as long as that person can follow the law, they qualify to be on the jury. So I say this to say,
can you qualify the law?
Literally feels like you would
can you follow the law?
Brother in jail. You need to be on the jury. You need to be on the jury. So number one, zip it, okay?
Yep.
As long as that person can follow the law, they qualify to be on the jury. So I say this to say, if you're a brown person who literally feels like you would have trouble putting a brother in jail, you need to be on the jury. You need to be on the jury. So number
but just don't say it.
Zip it, okay? You need to zip it. Because they need people.
Does that make sense? Even if that's how you feel, don't say that. Sometimes we overspeak. They ask you a question is yes or no. Just yeah. If they break the law, yeah. And then go up there and do your thing. But we wanna be vocal. We wanna have our freedom of speech, and we wanna talk ourselves out of being chosen for jury duty. Too much talking. Too much hood. Man, many times the white folks done something to us. I ain't gonna send my brother to jail. But y'all gonna send a kid to jail for defending themselves. Somebody died. Somebody was bullied. I'm just saying.
Who are going to literally evaluate the case based on reasonable doubt. It's okay if you're going to have difficulty finding a brother guilty.
Oversharing,
so
like on social, absolutely.
Beyond a reasonable doubt, he did it. You see what I'm saying?
And the whole wide world looking at you.
There are a number of Caucasians who wanted to be on that jury.
Absolutely.
They are excited. They want to represent their county and their town and all that stuff. So you know what they did when they got in there? They didn't say shit. They didn't raise their hand for nothing. They didn't volunteer. Oops.
Hinge Health Enzo is a TENS device that relieves pain fast. Let's take a look. Enzo is small and wireless. Also,
they didn't volunteer for nothing because they want to be on a jury. So my point is, I need more African Americans. If you want us to have a shot of justice in the law, do not get up there and talk about how your cousin was shot by a cop, and so you don't think you're fair. They don't need to know that. If you can be fair, if you can have that experience, your cousin being shot by a cop, maybe that's going to make you listen to the evidence more carefully. That's a good thing. At the end of the day, you got to think about it this way. If it was your son who was a defendant, would you want people like you on the jury? If so, sit there and zip it. Don't say nothing stupid.
Hi, John.
And when asked anything, you say, I can follow the law, Your Honor. I can follow the law. Because it's not supposed to be an easy thing to sentence a brother, a sister, a human for their life to be taken away. This young man is facing life. He's facing life in prison. This charge, the maximum he can receive is life. So for that reason, there wasn't nothing wrong within your mind knowing you are really going to need some strong evidence here. That's how it should be. But consistently, blacks are disproportionately going to have certain hardships where we can't serve jury duty. This trial, for example, is going to Saturdays.
Keep it in touch. Absolutely. No chitter patty.
Or on a Saturday, or maybe you don't have childcare for your kids during the weekend on a Saturday, so maybe you have to raise your hand and get excused for that. Got it. But for the rest of those who were left, we need you there. Because ultimately, it came down to this. after all of the
Well, hold on. When you hang at the Jew joint, what about your kids? You find a way. You find a way. We find ways for everything else. We find a way for everything else we want to do. We don't want to do it, so we don't find a way. I'm just saying. Hell, you taking off of work for less. Some people and not get paid. Hell, you out of sick time. You out of holiday. Whatever. And shit, I'm tired. I'm calling in sick. I just So all of that don't matter to me either. I'm just saying, stop making excuses and do better.
Other blacks that showed up, and we don't know exactly how many who showed up, but we know that Collin County is 10% black. On the high end, let's say 60 showed up. Let me say, or 60 would be 10% of the 589, right? So if 60 showed and they got down to 3, and the 3 blacks were all black female educators, that means that the state was able to ask questions in a way that got 57 of these brothers and sisters to say things to elicit such responses that revealed enough bias where the judge felt comfortable dismissing them for cause. Meaning, the state didn't even have to use any of their strikes, any of their 10 strikes, so they could get rid of someone for no reason. Now, why did those last 3 black women get struck from the jury? Because I think many of you may have heard about that in the news. So what ended up happening?
So what?
Is there ended up, after all the questions that were used to solicit bias. Now, why did those last 3 black women get struck from the jury? Because I think many of you may have heard about that in the news. So what ended up happening is there ended up, after all the questions that were used to solicit bias or that someone didn't qualify, etc., were asked, they were down to 3 potential African Americans for the jury. All 3 of those were black women, and the state struck them. Defense objected. What happens is they object, and they said, Your Honor, we think these are improper dismissals, that they were race-based. The burden then shifts to the state to give a race-neutral reason why they dismissed them. What the state said is, we didn't dismiss those ladies because they were black. We dismissed them because they were all educators in the district, and we think they may see the facts more favorable for the defendant. You can do that. You can do that. That is not impermissible under the law. So I say that to say, if there's a duality that was at issue here. So now, if they really were dismissing those 3 black ladies because they were black ladies and they thought, I think these black ladies are going to find in his favor, there's not really any way to contrast that due to the fact that those 3 also happen to be educators, and it's totally okay to dismiss educators. Now, one question, though, that I did have is, did they dismiss any white educators? I would be curious to know, are there any educators for Frisco ISD at all on that jury? I don't believe that there are. They said that there are some Hispanic jurors. There are 5 white male jurors. Woo, them white male jurors ain't going to have not a lick of sympathy for that young man. Not one. So we're definitely going to have to stay tuned on the facts, stay tuned. But as of now, from what I've been reviewing and hearing and using my contacts on the ground,
you definitely would be disqualified. I wasn't even listening. I was listening to something else.
They're not fine.
Hold on.
So drop your questions in the chat below. Hit that like. Hit
Hold
that
on. What's she
saying?
saying? What? You definitely will be disqualified. Let me see. What I missed?
Dismissing those 3 black ladies because they were black ladies and they thought, I think these black ladies are. So I say that to say, if there's a duality that was at issue here. So now, if they really were dismissing those 3 black ladies because they were black ladies and they thought, I think these black ladies are going to find in his favor, there's not really any way to contrast that due to the fact that those 3 also happen to be educators, and it's totally okay to dismiss educators. Now, one question, though, that I did have is, did they dismiss any white educators? I would be curious to know, are there any educators for Frisco ISD at all on that jury? I don't believe that there are. They said that there are some Hispanic jurors. There are 5 white male jurors. Woo, them white male jurors ain't going to have not a lick of sympathy for that young man.
Oh, wow, no.
Not one. So we're definitely going to have to stay tuned on the facts, stay tuned. But as of now, from what I've been reviewing and hearing and using my contacts on the ground, the white men ain't buying it. They ain't buying self-defense. They ain't buying it. They're not buying it. So drop your questions in the chat below. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. I'm also going to do a subsequent video.
Oppression, what made you say you definitely would be disqualified? What was said to make you say that? I must have missed it. Oh, the guy saying I won't send a brother to it's gonna be hard for me to send a brother to prison. Is that what you talking about? Or was it something else I missed? Yeah. You can hear a brother saying, "Oh shit, no, hell no, I ain't." Nah, man. let the streets handle that. That's what y'all say. Let the streets handle that. I am not gonna send my black brother to prison for the rest of my life. Prison ain't fit for no human. I wouldn't wish that on my dog. Fuck that. Baby. Yeah. Y'all ain't gonna be able to hold y'all peace. Y'all ain't gonna be able to shut your lips. Just say, I can't abide by the law. Now, I don't abide by it every day, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna abide by it now. Because I ain't gonna be able to do it, so I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna lie, cross my fingers, yeah, and say, I can follow the law. You ain't talking about me, you talking about them. Yeah, I can follow my, yeah, I'm crossing my legs now under the table. Yeah, can you abide by the law? Ooh, Lord, please forgive me. Yes, sir, I can follow the law. Are you sure? Now I'm crossing my eyes. My eyes across my fingers and my legs. Oh, Lord, please get this on out the way. I don't think I could cross my arms. Yes. Oh, yes. I can follow the law. Shit. My eyes are still crossed because I know they're going to ask me some again. Let me put my glasses on so I won't be lying on purpose. Oh, Lord, let me cross the fingers on my other hand. Lord, I can follow the law. Then you walking out all cross-eyed and shit because everything you got that you are able to cross is still crossed and is stuck because you've been lying the whole time. You can't follow the law. That may be why some people don't want to go. Hell, because they know they break the laws. What? Okay, carry on. Oh, carry on. I'm trying to see what Pressure was talking about. Okay, let's go.
Okay. At the end of the day, you got to think about it this way. If it was your son...
Hit that with the white towel. Somebody need to hand me some water.
If so, sit there and zip it.
Zip it.
Nothing stupid. And when asked anything, you say, I can follow the law, Your Honor. I can follow the law. Because it's not supposed to be an easy thing to sentence a brother, a sister, a human for their life to be taken away. This young man is facing life. He's facing life in prison. This charge, the maximum he can receive is life.
Yeah, but they already talking about a lesser charge because they know it wasn't premeditated.
We're really going to need some strong evidence here. That's how it should be. But consistently, blacks are disproportionately going to have certain hardships where we can't serve duty. This trial, for example, is going through Saturdays. I ain't seen it. So if you cannot afford to not work during the week or on a Saturday, or maybe you don't have childcare for your kids during the week and on a Saturday, so maybe you have to raise your hand and get excused for that. Got it?
But stop lying.
Those who were left, we need you there.
Yeah, we need you there. If not, stop complaining.
After all of the 4 cause, so all of the other blacks that showed up, and we don't know exactly how many.
Just for the record, do y'all see she have on thick eyebrows that's been painted on? I can prove this all day, every day. You know, why people be talking about Auntie Fee eyebrows is thick and they paint on. I can prove this every day. It's a thing. Thin eyebrows are out. That's like wearing black lip liner on your lips, on top of your lipsticks. Thin eyebrows are out. Okay? And painting them on is a thing. Yeah, sometimes people get them tattooed on. But I just had to, when I saw her eyebrows was thick and pretty, I like a thick eyebrow. And yes, indeed, they are painted on. Okay? Especially right here, because it's a different shade of brown. Okay, I just thought I would need to prove that. Yeah. I like a thick eyebrow. It's the in thing. Let's go.
But we know that Collin County is 10% black. On the high end, let's say 60 showed up. Let me say, or 60 would be 10% of the 589, right? So if 60 showed and they got down to 3, and the 3 blacks were all black female educators, that means
because we
that the state was able to ask questions in a way that got
because we waxed to alter my original. Fast. I don't know what that means.
Make your browser
Come on,
safe.
me. I don't know what that means.
Make your browser.
I just wish Mello didn't.
Of these brothers and sisters.
You'd rather him have a gun?
To elicit such responses that
you rather he had a gun?
Bias where the judge felt comfortable dismissing them for cause, meaning the state didn't even have to use any of their strikes, any of their 10 strikes where they could get rid of someone for no reason. Now, why did those last 3 black women get struck from the jury? Because I think many of you may have heard about that from the news. So what ended up happening is there ended up, after all the questions that were used to solicit bias or that someone didn't qualify, etc., were asked, they were down to 3 potential African Americans for the jury. All 3 of those were black women, and the state struck them. Defense objected. What happens is they object, and they said, Your Honor, we think these are improper dismissals, that they were race-based. The burden then shifts to the state to give a race-neutral reason why they dismissed them. What the state said is, we didn't dismiss those ladies because they were black. We dismissed them because they were all educators in the district, and we think they may see the facts more favorable for the defendant. You can do that. You can do that. That is not impermissible under the law. So I say that to say, if there's a duality that was at issue here. So now, if they really were dismissing those 3 black ladies because they were black ladies and they thought, I think these black ladies are going to find in his favor, there's not really any way to contrast that due to the fact that those 3 also happen to be educators, and it's totally okay to dismiss educators. Now, one question, though, that I did have is, did they dismiss any white educators? I would be curious to know, are there any educators for Frisco ISD at all on that jury? I don't believe that there are. They said that there are some Hispanic jurors. There are 5 white male jurors.
Then Hispanics. Now who gon' make it? Who gon' understand Hispanics? Because they are knife driven. Their weapon of choice is knives. Their weapon of choice is a knife. They can chunk that thing from way over there and hit you. So if he gonna have a chance, he will have a chance with a Hispanic. Do y'all agree? Am I off? Am I off? If he have a chance with the one, because they say all he need is one, it is more than likely will be a Hispanic that will understand somebody jumping them 2 or 3, 4, however many. They say it was about 4. Hell, and one of them seemed like it was the friend because he said we. Hell, so all the football players who lost that year had issues with what, in the Skofest, he was chopping their asses down with that mouth. I guess I need to watch my mouth, shit, because I eat a nigga up with my mouth and dare you to touch me. Yeah. So it's like his friends turned on it. It was about to record a centennial dude get whooped by Memorial. And they was going to go viral. That's why they asked that boy for his phone and was trying to, view his, because they said he recorded it. So he was waiting for a fight. He turned on his friend. He wasn't his friend. He was a frenemy. Well, let's go.
A young man. Not one. So we're definitely going to have to stay tuned on the facts, stay tuned. But as of now, from what I've been reviewing and hearing and using my contacts on the ground, the white men ain't buying it. They ain't buying stuff. The feds, they ain't buying it. They're not buying it. So drop your questions in the chat below. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. I'm also going to do a subsequent video where I'm going to explain first degree unaliving in Texas and exactly what needs to be proved on the state side and what he needs to show, what the defense needs to show for self-defense here. I think you're going to be really surprised. It's not what we would ordinarily think.
I don't know how it's
so
a
hit that like, hit
setup.
that subscribe. I'm your legal bestie. Drop your question below. Y'all know I love a good
I
question.
don't necessarily get set up.
And I'm sorry
Once
for the delay.
it
It's just
popped
public here.
off,
I have been sick.
once the argument or the word exchange went off, that's when people thought that they was just, you know, bull crap and talking shit, you know. And then one of the guys said, but I look back, the one who had one ear covered and listening to music or whatever and had one ear open, he thought it was just them talking shit, shooting, you know, scoring. And then he looked back once old boy done ran up there to him and realized, oh shit, this is really going on. So I don't necessarily can say it was a setup. I cannot say that it was a setup. It's just that Karmelo got the best of them, talking about the team being sorry. And the coach said that, so that may be why he said it was reckless. And that may be why Austin went up there, because he struck a nerve. But if they would have stayed in their own lane, wouldn't been all off into the people up there conversation, ear hustling. If Hunter wouldn't have been ear hustling, if Hunter would not have turned around and said, who the uck are you? Hold on. Then we wouldn't be here. So that's why I can't go along with hold on, somebody sending me something. I can't necessarily go along. Said Karmelo Anthony Body invited him to the trial and claimed the reason certain evidence haven't been shown. Ask yourself why Hunter Metcalf isn't taking the stand and why they keep in the real video evidence hidden. I tried to tell people there is another video. So I saw Charleston White talking and he apologized because he was sending him let me go to it. I watched it last night and now his dad, there is another video that's like not groggy. It's like when Mo3 passed away and they finally put out video footage. They altered it. They altered that video so that we would not see the details until later it got dropped. So what they are presenting right now, that they act like, oh, it's just one piece of footage, but there is more footage. So yeah, I saw that last night, and I saw that Charleston White met with Karmelo Anthony's dad, and there is evidence out there. I know that. So people saying that other guy out there is lying about the 4 or 5 people jumped him. He's not. He's not lying. It's just that's not the evidence they want us to see. That little boy filmed that video. I mean, that confrontation. He said they came back for his phone twice. Why did it take 2 times? What did you see? Yeah, it's another video out there. More than one. They collected all the video evidence and they showed that grainy shit from way a mile a damn way. And when it went into 4K, you still couldn't see it. That was strategic. So ask yourself why Hunter. Yeah, Hunter should be brought up on charges. But the daddy is doing everything he needs to do to even alter, tamper with the witness on the witness stand. Yeah, no, yeah, no. Speaking for him. I just need the young fella to know it's still a lie. You still lied on the witness stand and it's still perjury. And I promise to God, I would push the issue. I don't care if he is 18. He perjured himself on purpose. The other boy who talking about, oh, well, now I don't know him like that. I mean, I don't really know. I mean, I know, I see him. But I don't know him like that. And then you get hit. Bam! Oops! Upside the head with the paperwork and pictures. You get popped upside your head with some pictures. Hell, y'all look for each other at the track meets and shit. To go out and stretch. Laughing and giggling. Ooh, she fine. Ooh, ain't she? Ooh, yeah, you know. And then you get on the witness stand and lie and say, I don't know him like that. We ain't cool. They getting paid by the Metcalfs. They getting scholarships and shit by the Metcalfs. Yeah. He need to go to jail too for tampering with a witness. Oh, she threw. I think. Okay, let's go. Let me see.
Under the weather, but we're going to continue giving you more legal breakdowns with the legal bestie attorney.
Shout out to Simone. Shout out to her. She did better. I need to get to Lincoln Knight. Where's she at? I got a pen somewhere. I think I need to finish the part.
Drill. So so they kept bringing up.
I need to finish this from yesterday, and then I'm gonna go to her other one. Y'all cool with that?
He gonna say, he said a singular joke. He told the detectives that
this is where I dropped off at.
Campus, there's tons of school shootings. There's tons of weapon-involved incidents. Like, if somebody put their hand in their bag, you better.
Okay, hold on. Let me do this before. Girl, go eat. Go eat. You can't even damn concentrate. You all over the place. But let me go here, what I saw last night. Or did he say something again today? Hold on. Y'all, please hit the like button. So I wonder, is this the same Charleston that I watched last night? Y'all, make sure y'all check out my upload when I talked about the daddy. I uploaded it right before this one. And hit the like button before you watch it. Where is Charleston? Oh, I wanted to watch him too. It's just so much. Where's Charleston? Yeah, he said he was ready to send him. He said, you bring a knife. And I knew he was off. It kills me, all these thuggish folk who want to be hard on a kid for protecting himself. And y'all will get at somebody and you don't even feel threatened. They could, he disrespected me. I was disrespected. Man, don't disrespect me. Y'all be ready to take somebody out for somebody disrespecting you. But you want somebody to, that they jump in and all this type of shit to not protect himself. Y'all are such hypocrites. I ain't lying. I'm glad y'all ain't my dude. Shit, nah. Y'all come up with every reason for this kid to go to prison. He took a life. So did Mr. Child. So did that little ugly looking boy doing that protest. I can't think of his name. There's a lot of them. Where is he? I watched it last night. I think it. Let me just do this. Rittenhouse. Yeah, him. He took a life. He didn't go to jail. And wasn't nobody even messing with him. I was scared for my life. No, this was 10 months ago.
So let me just say, since I said that, I want to take the time.
This is it. Rittenhouse, thank you.
So let me just say, since I said that, I want to take the time to apologize to Karmelo and Anthony's family. Man, I was all the way wrong about that kid.
All the way wrong.
I was all the way wrong about that kid. Yeah, he was just indicted. I was all the way wrong about that kid. I met with his father. I've been meeting with his father regularly. I had opportunity to talk, piece him up. He go beat these charges. I was under the impression that he brought a knife to school. So I'm taking a knife to school, fuck him. He didn't take a knife to school. He didn't even know these two white boys. These two white boys just came over there because he was with another kid that knew those white boys. So he a new black kid who these big old white boys, big white boys. He a small frame kid. One of the white boys was on that side, one of the white boys on that side. So either way go, they had it blocked in. And these are big white boys. These are some big, violent, aggressive white boys who got guns. And not only that, the one he killed whooped their daddy. See, the daddy come into the picture playing like he been around. The dad ain't been around. We would think the black dad ain't around. The white dad ain't around. The mother don't even identify the daddy as the husband. So he must have been an abusive father. He ain't even been in their life. So he just come and get in the light. He just come and get in the light. So he a low down dirty cracker. His sons are bullies. They bullying on the kid. They no, because he's black. Get from up under the tent. Man, y'all tripping. I ain't going nowhere. And they got a reputation of beating up people. The one he had to stab, broke his daddy's ligaments. Big old strong cracker. He should have killed both of them.
So when he asked the jury, the witness, is he a big guy? And he looked over at his daddy, this one right here, and said no. He shook his head no. And so the kid on the witness stand said no. This man right here, him, witness, that, sometimes I be wanting to catch ugly pictures of him, boy, and it just won't get ugly. Yeah, but this cat right here, yeah, he the one who raised these cornbread fed ass Frisco thugs. And they don't whoop your ass. Huh? You done taught them to be able to whoop yo. Yeah. Yeah, you having remorse now because you didn't do all that you should have done and raise good kids like the Anthonys did. Yeah. You a part of that MAGA, making America, slaves again. And you was teaching that bullshit to your sons. So now you got witnesses up there that are white, that are black, that you have to coach because you don't want your son, it to be a race thing. Well, if it ain't a race thing, it's a self-defense thing. And you definitely don't want that. So now you handing out scholarships and shit, and you on the witness, the ones that's on the witness stand, you giving them the clues and the answers because they don't know. I saw him do it. I saw him, I saw Hunter. They don't want to talk about Hunter. They playing on the Metcalf boys. They'll call him Metcalf, and so they don't know which Metcalf really did what. He cannot afford emotionally and mentally to lose Hunter to the system, but he was a part of the bully. So you've taught them to be bullies, and you and your ex-wife was proud of that shit until it caught up with them. Ain't no telling how many kids' ass they don't whoop. Or grown folk, because they whooped his ass. Broke his bones and shit. Like, oh shit. They whooped the daddy? They whooped the daddy. And y'all want Karmelo not to be able to defend himself. I just wish he didn't have a knife. What? And be whooped by two brothers that whooped their daddy? Get the fuck out of here. Y'all crazy as hell. Y'all are crazy as fuck. And I'm so glad my mama told me to pick up whatever you can and beat that. Get to work. You better get to work. But you better not start it. If they hit you first, I'll take it from there. I'll handle it. But I am not, and I will not tolerate you starting fights. They didn't teach them that. And your mama must not have taught y'all that shit either. Because you want him to be able to take an ass whooping from some kids that don't beat they damn daddy up. Broke shit in his body. Man. y'all own some shit, man. That's all I'ma say.
See, the daddy coming into the picture playing like he been around. Big white boy. He was a small frame kid. One of the white boys was on that side. One of the white boys on that side. So either way go.
And at this time, when he did this 10 months ago, he didn't know shit about a couple of the other guys being there too, surrounding him. He didn't know shit about that. You know, our eyes was just focused on the two twins, on the twins. Yeah, and it's more to the damn story. It was more than just them two. The witness said Austin took it for the team, for us. Cheat, you better pick up whatever you can. I understood, but she would say pick up a brick. That was her way of saying, I don't give it big something to knock that ass out. And I wish they would. It ain't his fault. He has the right to defend himself. So you're not in Texas. You don't know the laws. You was probably one of the ones who saying Texas don't have a stand your ground. So pressure hush, cause what you can get away with in wherever you from. He should have put his hands on him. The end. The end. I mean, you're going to make me say something I don't want to say, but keep your hands to yourself, and you won't compromise your livelihood and lose your life. The end. Ain't both of them wrong. Both of them are not wrong by law. Both of them are, y'all hit the like button. Pressure, did you hit the like button? Double tap the face of your phone. Let me see my likes go up. Brace yourself. I will brace myself. I understand. They make the rules, they break them. Yeah, I understand that. But when you got these felons out there and they still have a gun and not supposed to, they take that chance. Because anything can pop off. So fuck that, what you talking about, man. Go on with that stupid shit. You making the hood come out of me. You are making the hood come out of me. And it ain't Laquita. This is me, Auntie Fee. Yeah, man, go on with that stupid shit. They didn't follow the law. They broke the law and he lost his life. The end. Period. Keep your hands to yourself. You do not have the right by law to put your hands on nobody. That's assault. He assaulted him first. And he lost his life at the end. If he'd have kept his hands to himself, he'd have still been here. The knife he had, Karmelo Anthony had, was not illegal. He didn't break the law. There may have been a school, a ISD, and he was suspended for that. Yeah, he didn't break the law for having a knife under 5 inches. He didn't break the law. They was hoping that it was going to be 5 inches or more, but it wasn't. It was less than 4 inches. So go on with that. You kill me making excuses for these white boys. trying to jump a black boy. Yeah, you kill me with that shit. You kill me with that. But you make excuses for a rapist, a apist. Yeah, you make excuses for, oh, let him go. Free Diddy, free R. Kelly. Man, I ain't gonna stop playing R. Kelly shit. Don't have nothing to do with me. Yeah. But for a kid, you want, oh, he needs to go. He needs to. Free R. Kelly. Free Diddy. I don't care about him beating that girl, assaulting her, and then aping her because she didn't want to do it. She was trying to leave. Y'all was okay with that shit. But a kid defended himself. But he brought a knife to school. Listen, he got suspended for that. That is not against the law. Shit. I ain't down for nobody bullying, man. Y'all crazy. Yeah, shit. Okay. I guess you'd rather it be a gun, you know, since that's your weapon of choice. Yeah. Well, he wouldn't have had to be able. He definitely couldn't bring a gun to school. Same thing, right? But you saying I wish he wouldn't have had a knife. But if he'd have had a gun, it'd have been okay. What? What are you saying? What are you saying? Y'all sound dumb as fuck to me.
White boys on that side. So either way go, they had it blocked in. And these some big white boys. These are some
cornbread fed
big
ass.
white boy. He a small frame kid.
5'8", 130 pounds.
One of the white boys on that side. So either way go, they had it blocked in. And these some big old white boys. Big white boys. He a small frame kid. One of the white boys was on that side. One of the white boys on that side. So either way go, they had it blocked in. And these some big white boys. These are some big, violent, aggressive white boys who got guns. And not only that, the one he killed whooped their daddy. See, the daddy coming into the picture playing like he been around. The daddy ain't been around. We would think the black dad ain't around.
Trying to fight his mama.
The mother don't even identify the daddy as the husband. So he must have been an abusive father. He ain't even been in their life. So he just come and get in the light. He just come and get in the light. So he a low down dirty cracker. His sons are bullies. They bullying on the kid. They no, because he's black. Get him up under the tent. Man, y'all tripping. I ain't going nowhere. And they got a reputation of beating up people. The one he had to stab, he broke his daddy's leg.
It came out. It did come out in court.
He both of them.
The coach said that he had suspended them because they left football to go fishing. Yeah, it came out in court. And then it came out where I was just telling them that because I was trying to, scare them. Yeah, it came out in court. They were not supposed to be there. So that's so I guess now I'm assuming that you here take pressure kids can't do nothing. My kids wouldn't have done it. His kids are exempt from being a kid. My kids is this, my kids is that. They wouldn't have ever been in that predicament. I'm sure Daddy Anthony didn't think his kids would have been in that predicament either. All right, let's go. I'm trying to work. Ooh. See, if I was trolling, I'd have snapped that picture. Let's go. I shout out to Say Cheese.
So let me just say this, since I said that. I want to take the time to apologize to Karmelo and Anthony's family. Man, I was all the way wrong about that kid. I was all the way wrong about that kid, homie.
Yeah, he was just indicted.
I was all the way wrong about that kid. I met with his father.
No, it was a knife.
I met with his father,
Plus size queen. It was a knife.
Piece him up. He go beat these charges. I was under the impression that he brought a knife to school. So I'm taking a knife to school.
Kind of like this.
He didn't take a knife to school. He didn't even know these two white boys. These two white boys just came over there.
I'm assuming it's like mine. Oh, I keep thinking I done took this back. And it's like this. I don't know if it has the ridges, but this is 3.5. This is for educational purposes only. A pocket knife. And there's a story to how I got this one. A stalker dropped it. Oh my God. The person who, yeah, it was in the snow. It was in the snow. It was snowing. And I guess, I don't know, they ain't gonna go that deep, but baby. Yeah. It was dropped outside my car. And when the snow, and I went out there and I said, oh, because I heard a steel toe kick, like boom, at my door, and where my bedroom, at my front door, and where my bedroom would have been. I heard that boom, like, you know, it was a real bad storm, a snowstorm. So, you know, you just kind of, I don't know, I don't want to say cabin, I don't know, but the communication, you couldn't really move around, you know, so I think they walked to where I was, you know, walked. And of course, you know, I heard a boom, like if somebody's in there, I'ma fuck up your shit. I can laugh about it now. But that's how I got this knife. And I've had it for about 15, 16 years. Yeah, a stalker where I knew him. Yeah, but dropped it while he was coming. I didn't know them things was hundreds of dollars. Yeah, that's how I got it. And I said, oh shit, yeah. I can put my golf club up and my baseball bat and baby.
Because he was with another kid that knew those white boys. So he a new black kid, these big old white boys, big white boy. He a small frame kid. One of the white boys was on that side, one of the white boys on that side. So either way go, they had it blocked in. And these are big white boys. These are some big, violent, aggressive white boys who got guns. And not only that, the one he killed whooped their daddy. See, the daddy coming into the picture playing like he been around. The dad ain't been around. We would think the black dad ain't around. The white dad ain't around.
Right.
The mother don't even identify the daddy as the husband. So he must have been an abusive father. He ain't even been in their life. So he just getting the light. He just come and getting the light. So he'll low down dirty cracker. His sons are bullies. They bullying on the kid. They, no, because he's black. Get from up under the tent. Man, y'all tripping. I ain't going nowhere. And they got a reputation of beating up people.
Hey, the kickback queen. Had to
broke his
stop.
daddy's ligaments. Big old strong cracker. He should have killed both of them.
Oh, Lord.
He should have killed both of them Pepperwoods. With a that's minding his motherfucking business. That don't bring harm to nobody. This kid ain't a bad kid. These bully white boys just fuck with the black baby. So now they trying to make it about race. No, it ain't about race. Justice was served when he killed that cracker. Self-defense. And the reason I say that is, anybody can go see the video. Why do you think the media outlets ain't promoting to go see this video? You can go up to the school to see it. And if you go up to the school to see it, we all see this kid will be found not guilty. But because it's in an all-white town in Crackerville, and they done made it about race, whoever Sarah Fields is, Sarah Fields, you a rotten motherfucker. And if I just had some time, I would put an army
Hey,
behind
the
this family, but I ain't got time.
original
It's supposed to be an army because
where
Sarah
I'm
Fields
from,
and the father and somebody
it's
who works
bad
for the
luck
court have been releasing
keep
Karmelo Anthony's
a
family
found knife
information
stay
to
safe.
Sarah Fields.
Oh, that
She put it
was
online,
back in
and the white folks,
20.
so they been having to move. All those lies made up, homie, they can't even get the GoFundMe money. So they hadn't got, they can't even touch the go. So they just trying to smear campaign. But that's what
2010, 2011.
Boy, I wish I could go back to when I was saying the type of shit. Boy, I wish they could have caught me 3 years ago when I was really on my let's go get the cracker shit. But homie, I wish I ain't got that spirit no more. So I'm saying, why black people ain't rallying around this family as they tried to rally around in the beginning? They are threatening this family. Homie, they keep happening to move.
But how do you you don't just lose the spirit, bro? It's either you got it or you don't.
No, you do lose it. You do lose it.
So you sold out.
No. You lose it. Everybody loses. Malcolm lost it, homie.
Like what you told me a year ago, you said that losing touch with reality.
You lose the spirit, homie. You lose once you lose the spirit of the things you once loved. Football players, artists. Dave Chappelle lost the spirit. Went to Africa, man, fuck that. You lose the spirit because when you fight for a group of people that you shouldn't really be fighting for. Who want to make the sacrifice for black people? After you done seen what could happen, after you make the sacrifice, you done lost King. My nigga, look it up. Who want to make the sacrifice trying to save these people? Nobody, homie. Because you have to fight these people to try to help these people. So they're gonna put out your spirit. If you're not going to God daily, and I ain't going to, once I got money, I'm gonna be with a host. I catch God on the deathbed. Right now, live and breathing in a vibrant, thumping hip game, I'm with hoes. God. You get to God in the back end of life like everybody else. But don't nobody want to have to be committed and dedicated to a cause that seems hopeless. Every day, it seems hopeless. You don't think you lose hope? Like kids who grow up in conditions that don't change? You don't think you're gonna lose hope on? You fighting every day? Yeah, you lose your spirit. And you find something else to do.
Wow. He said he gonna catch God on the back end.
With a new spirit, where you can enjoy life.
How'd you meet his dad?
Huh?
You met his like his real dad?
I met his real
Karmelo
dad.
Anthony.
Because the things I said about his son.
They reached out?
Yeah, he agreed with it. If his son was innocent, if his son was guilty. He said he got other kids. And he done worked hard to get to where he at. He not finna put this kind of time and attention beside a son who wrong. I looked the father in the eye when he said that. Homie, why would you come meet with me? All the things I'm advocating for your son to go to jail for a long time. I'm with that family. The spirit I heard in him, I brought him to my home. I gave him my address. Don't know what I'm doing. Wrong. I don't want to be wrong and act like I'm right. Did your son take that knife to school? No. Mr. Charleston. It's a grown man, homie. He said, man, I done a research on you. I looked into what you do. If my son get out of this, man, I want my son to work with your youth campaign. I mean, my son didn't do this. I got other kids to raise. I'm not going to put, and he really done it. He said he didn't do it, man. It's more things that I can't say. Just go clear this kid. But just the video alone, homie. I said, that's why the media outlets ain't saying nothing about the video. That's why all the media outlets is trying to keep us focused on the campaign, on the GoFundMe, and these people can't even touch the GoFundMe. The lawyers is overcharging.
This was 10 months ago.
Numbers. So everybody is praying on this family. Ain't nobody praying with the family. Shout out to Dr. Umar Johnson. Dr. Umar Johnson spoke with the father and gave them comfort. Shout out to Dr. Umar. I spoke with the dad today. His dad want me to come see the video.
The real video. The real video.
They don't want you to see.
The real video. The real video. This was before that grimy little stuff that they put out a long time. Y'all hit the like button. The real video. That they got us out there. They're saying, I got it. There's another video from ISD. They don't want people to see it. Do you understand? There is a real video that shows it clearly. The one where you can see the raindrops right there in the recording. That man that what ain't lying. It's just they don't want you to see it. So he saw the real video. Thank you for...
His dad want me to come see the video. I gotta go see it. They don't want you to. So the father and this Sarah Fields white lady, they some racist pepperwoods.
So do you understand? There is another video. I hope that the defense have it. I hope that if the daddy has, okay, y'all, okay. Hit the like button. Here go Auntie P. I'm putting okay. So if he saw the real video, then that means the daddy have it. So that means that the defense attorney has to have it. Am I wrong? If Charleston White 10 months ago, this was recorded 10 months ago. Let me double. If he talked to the daddy, and this is when he's saying there's more to.
Shout out to Dr. Umar. I spoke with the dad today. His dad want me to come see the video.
There has to be another video. If the dad had it to show him, then that means that the defense attorney has to have it. What are you saying no to, a naturally Orleans? I wasn't looking. And that's going to blow it out the water. That's going to hit them with all their lies. Because again, this cat right here with the cock-a-doodle-doo eye, he was like, lock him up. Throw away the key. He took a knife to school. He had to be looking for a fight. And now he's saying 10 months ago that he went to go see the video. Or he going to see the video.
I gotta go see it.
And this was before they came out with that video way over there back there somewhere where you can't see shit. There is a clear video. That's what that man that was outside protesting said. There is another ISD, Frisco ISD video that's clear as day. And you can see who is who. Yes, you can see who is who. And they jumped him. It was about 4 or 5 of them. I hope they present it.
They don't want you to. So the father and this Sarah Fields white lady, they some racist pepperwoods.
True.
These the kind of pepperwoods I say this would make me feel good about standing over a white man and watching him die. See, I got something nobody has what it feel like to watch a white man die. That's in my heart and that's in my mind.
Oh,
Whenever I get mad at white people, I go in that heart and that mind and I pull my victim's face up when he was dying and how we laughed at that white man. We thought it was funny. So he laughed. He laughed at the person as a kid, as a teenager. He laughed. But guess what Karmelo Anthony did? He cried. Is he going to be okay? Two total teenagers in a situation. He did his on purpose. Karmelo Anthony didn't. They should have just, he was robbing. Karmelo Anthony was chilling with his partner, or who he thought was his partner. 2 different situations. He brought a knife to the track meet. It's not against the law. Mr. Thank You For Myself. It's not against the law. Do your research. It's not against the law. So what's your point? It's not against the law. But it was against the law for them Frisco bullies to put their hands on him. And there are consequences to that. Yeah. Bring a knife. Bring a knife to a track meet just in case some cornbread fed ass white thugs, okay, come in there trying to bully you. And you stand your ground. You stand your motherfucking ground. And you handle your business to get them cornbread fed ass white boys up off you. I bet you Hunter won't do it again. I bet you Hunter won't do it again. Now get your raunchy ass up out of here. Don't come over here on that bullshit, because I'm going to give you what you want. Yeah, I'm going to tell you the truth and then kick your ass out. Get your ass up out of here. Mr. Think For Yourself. Thank you for Hunter and oh boy, thank you for himself. Got him, boy, got him poked. Yeah, may he rest in peace. May he rest in peace. But don't come in on here for black people. Yeah, nah. Yeah. Y'all say by Peckerwood. Yeah. You hate the law that is in place for y'all is being used against y'all. That's what you hate. Yeah, Mr. Think For Yourself. Keep your hands to yourself. That's what you fucking do. Yeah, keep your hands to yourself. And we wouldn't be here. Bottom line. Yeah, for black people. Boy. Boy. Yeah. Hi, Carmel. Caramel. Let's go. We killed the white man. Oh, that feels good.
What's the difference between these 2 lox bagels?
That struck a nerve what old boy was talking about.
This one is made from smoked.
Yeah. Y'all hit the like button.
As you get older, you start to develop your mind and your heart starts to change.
Keep your hands to yourself.
And boy, that face starts to be a nightmare when you see it. When you get mad, it don't. And when white people make me mad, that's my comfort. They can put me in jail.
Oh, let me move on past this now, because now he's
thing on social media. This is gonna be as big as I'm probably
the OJ trial.
Yeah, Zimmerman.
Let's go to war. Let's have some that's willing to go wherever we go and punch on white folks. Let's see if they really hateful. Let's see if we really hateful. Let's have a riot. Let's have a race riot. If we really that affected, if we that imperative about a kid's dispute. It ain't the kids that's saying we hate, it's the adults. It ain't the kids online taking sides. You know why? Because the kids know that white boy is wrong.
Right.
And their parents is telling them to be quiet. Because white people cover up one another's wrongs. Black people.
Right.
Yeah, I even feel the animosity like when that.
Right. Black people, monkeys, sitting up there saying, well, somebody died. Somebody died. And you got these white folks over there lying, covering for one another, teaching them how to perjure themselves, just like he taught his kids how to be a bully. Now he is teaching them boys to lie on the stand. Just look at me. I'll tell you what to say. Perjury, lying. It's the same person who taught his boys cornbread, fat ass Frisco thugs to be bullies.
Wrongs. Black people don't.
Yeah, I even feel the animosity like when that happened. I had took my daughter to the park. I was feeling the animosity with other white parents.
Well, that's why when I go around white people, you know what I do? I take my drawers off and show the white boy I got a big dick and be grabbing that print around and women and the kids. You hear me? Be grabbing, letting that dick down, letting that head down like that. Yeah, that's how I feel. When I bring a big dick around white boy, that's why they used to hang in. That's why white folks hated black men.
Oh my God, is he through talking about Karmelo?
Over there, Miss Sally, and Miss Sally got a gleam in her eye. He made his missiles to look like one. All these torpedoes and missiles he bombed the world with come from this structure right everything. Sometimes put in his mouth because that's his disdain for.
Okay, let me go on back.
You know what it do to his woman?
Oh, let me go.
Daughter. He hate us for it.
Yeah, I don't think they. Let me go. Okay, y'all. Whew, Lord. Every time I deviate, y'all get the likes up. I'm not gonna tell y'all again. I've been here 2 hours and 42 minutes.
Is whole life insurance right for you? Did you know Colonial Penn offers guaranteed acceptance life insurance for those age 50?
And the fact that all of them is acting like they didn't see, well, I didn't, like this is school. Like, who would have a weapon? You're being disingenuous, and now I know that you're coached. So it says, they said they were at the track meet for an hour after the stabbing. He spoke to the police. He says, they said, did it look like self-defense? They was like, nah, it didn't look like it was self-defense. And then they said, no threatening talk from Hunter or Austin, says Melo was the aggressor. So the prosecution was like, was Austin or them threatening him? Nah, there was no threatening talk. Who was the aggressor? Melo was the aggressor. So Cross, it said,
see, people don't know everything about the boys.
You spoke to the police. He said, yes, sir.
One of them.
They told you the body cam was on.
The one that got unalived.
You arrived around 8:30 and it was raining.
Yeah, so what y'all got to say about that? The ones be like, yeah, boy, please, they cover everything up for their children. Absolutely.
Melo came from the top of the stadium. He says that Melo was pretty close to him. They were knee to knee close, and Eddie was close to that. Were you aware that Centennial didn't have a tent that day? No, sir. You said, I don't remember him talking to anybody. Doesn't think he told the detective that Mello was talking and joking around. So he was like, okay, so he was like, oh yeah, he came to the tent. He didn't know nobody. He wasn't talking to nobody. But in his statement to the detective, he told the detective that when he saw Mello talking, he saw Mello laughing and joking around. So he made his statement to the detective 1 hour after the incident. So now a year later, he's claiming, oh, I don't know, didn't nobody know him? Like, we don't know why he was there. But that day that he made his statement to the cops, it says, you said that you saw him talking and joking around. I don't think I said that. Okay, so you're at the top corner, and he said, I think we had the most under any tent, the most people under any tent. And then he says, Austin and Hunter were near each other under the tent. So you remember saying he was joking around? See, and then this is when I'll be like, the kids came off so disingenuous to me. So he says, so you remember saying he was joking around, right? He gonna say, he said a singular joke. He told the detectives that before the incident, he was laughing and joking around. But now today, or not today, but yesterday when he took the stand, what he meant was that Karmelo told a singular joke. They said, well, Melo seemed normal and friendly when he first sat down. Yes, sir. You recall Melo saying, don't put your hands on me or something like that? Yes, sir. He said, so Austin stands up and you didn't notice the hand in the bag until Austin said something about it. And then he says, did Eddie stand up? He said, no, Eddie didn't stand up. Austin is calling Melo's bluff. That's how you saw it. Yeah, you can say that. Austin is down a row, but close enough. He just rotates his body to push him. Did you notice one of the other kids stood up? No, sir. Did you notice the other boy tell Austin, don't touch him? No, sir. So another kid down the line, I'm going to read his testimony. When Austin got up and acting like he was about to touch Karmelo, this other student told him, nah, don't touch him, like, you know. And so they're asking this guy, well, did you notice when, like, this happened, another student told him, don't touch him? He's talking about, nah, sir, like, he didn't see all that. So how many kids did you guys have under the tent? He said that it was about 15 to 20 of them under the tent at the time. And he didn't know that Melo knew Eddie. Can you imagine the betrayal? Like, how these kids didn't know that Melo knew Eddie, but they showed several pictures of Melo. Like, when it got time for Eddie on the stand, they showed several pictures of him and Melo together. So can you imagine? You done hung out at Eddie's house. You got a picture with Eddie grandma. You got a picture with Eddie family. You done put basketball with the boy. Y'all done went on a 2-man double date. And kids don't even know y'all know each other because when they're coming at him sideways, you just standing there.
If you've looked into GLP-1 medications and hit a wall because of the price, you need to see this. Right now, GLP-1 treatment is the most talked about weight loss breakthrough of this generation. The clinical results are undeniable, and yet most people who need them can't afford them. Over $1,000 a month, $12,000 a year is simply impossible for most people to sustain. And the worst part? They assume that's just what science behind a breakthrough medication costs. But here's what nobody's telling them. That price was never set by scientists or people who made the drug. It's engineered by corporate middlemen called pharmacy benefit managers, PBMs. To get a medication in front of patients, manufacturers are forced to pay PBMs a massive fee. To cover it, they artificially inflate the drug's price by thousands of dollars. PBMs collect their fee, the insurance company stays quiet, and the patients pay the inflated price. But what if I told you there's a way around that system? There is a clinic called TrimRx that figured out how to bypass this entirely. And the price difference is shocking. They connect patients directly with licensed U.S. pharmacies. They bypass the insurance red tape, PBMs, and fees, and pass
Egging it on. So he said that it was about 15 to 20 kids under the tent at the time, and he didn't know that Melo knew Eddie. He says Hunter, he thinks, was on his phone, but he let his brother handle it, and he only turned around at the end of the altercation. So his version is that Hunter wasn't involved at all. Like, Hunter was sitting there, he was just looking on his phone while his brother is getting into it with somebody, and he just let Austin handle it, and he just on his phone. Now, some kids say Hunter was involved, some kids say Hunter was, getting involved with it, and then other kids say Hunter had nothing to do with it at all. He didn't do nothing. He didn't say nothing, he didn't do nothing, he, like, nothing. So he said that, Hunter was on his phone and he just let his brother handle it, and he turned around only at the end of the altercation. They said during the altercation, was Melo standing? He said when Austin goes to move, Melo stands as Austin is grabbing in an upward motion like a lineman drill. So they kept bringing up the type of push was like a lineman drill. Let me look up what is a lineman drill. And what does that look like? How to do a lineman drill. All right, and for the girlies that don't watch sports like me, they kept saying that the thing that he did was like a lineman drill. So let's look up, for the girlies that don't watch sports, what that is.
Hands. In run game situation, you want to work on getting full extension with your arms. Here's the best.
We're going to mute it. He said, you start on your knees and you go ahead, put your partner leans forward, you put him in a position, and so that's like a lineman drill. Okay? So they kept describing that the push was like a lineman drill. Okay, so he said, when Austin goes to move, Melo stands up as Austin is grabbing in an upward motion like a lineman drill. And then they said, okay, so what happened after the stabbing? He saw Melo afterwards on the field with a coach. And then they said, well, when you guys were on the bus, did y'all find Karmelo's Instagram? He said yes, and he was excused. The next witness is a 16-year-old boy. He is still in high school. And next year is going to be his junior year. Okay, so it says he plays track and football. He does, so we're on to the next witness. He's a 16-year-old that's still in school. All right, so he played track and he's running hurdles. He goes to Memorial High School. He knew both twins. It says, what do you first remember? We took a bus. It was raining, yet it was muggy outside. Walked outside to set up the tent. It has their logo and it was like their home base. And he says that they called some down to the field for the 1600 and everyone else was just chilling. Nothing unusual before the stabbing except the rain. It wasn't bad until after the stabbing. So they was trying to ask him to set the stage. And then he's like, okay, we go under the tent. We just chilling under the tent. Some kids went and they got to do their event, their track event. And then some kids were, hold on, where was I at?
Attention retirees, if you're willing to be at your computer from 9 a.m. to 10:45 a.m. on most weekdays, I can show you one simple trade that could potentially bankroll your retirement. Hi, I'm Dave Aquino, and I help ordinary people go after their retirement goals sooner by teaching them how to master the retirement trade. This is a special trade designed to be used every morning between 9 a.m. and 10:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Why this window? I can't share that information in this video, but you'll discover the exact reason why inside this free report. Just click the button or link on this video to download this valuable report for free. Click the link now. This video is ending in 5 seconds, so click now.
If you manage travel spend and you're not using the van, you're missing out. Hi, I'm Sarah.
I'm Aneta.
And we're part of the finance team at Rapper, the premium cycling apparel company. The van is a travel and expense platform that helps us to finally take control of the company's travel spend. But for the van, we had a lot of our employees booking with their own personal credit cards on external sites.
Which for us as a finance is a nightmare. We cannot track the cost. We don't really know what our overall travel spend is.
The van enables us to set different policy limits dependent on the individual, their territory, and their level of seniority.
We set the rules, and then the van automatically enforces them.
The van helps us by providing real-time data insights so that we know exactly how expenditure is going during the year, which means that we can budget and manage much more efficiently.
Navan, bringing all the expenses and travel in one platform, has been a lifesaver.
Some kids were just chilling under the tent, and then so they was like, okay, so how was the weather? Oh, it didn't get bad until after the stabbing. Mello walked up and sat in our tent. I was questioning why he was at our tent, and I thought maybe he was friends with someone. So it could have been all good. He's not from Memorial, so it's weird. Others, and then so they wanted to know, like, okay, so like, did you have a problem with him coming to the tent? And he was like, well, I thought maybe he probably knew someone, so I thought it was cool, you know, like I thought it was all good. And then they wanted to know, like, if that happened before or if he was, like, speaking to Eddie. He says him and Eddie might have said hi. Everyone questioned why he was over here. Maybe he knew Eddie, but not much. Austin took the lead to take this guy out of our tent. Austin asks, he stated multiple times, he had something in his bag and had his hand in the bag and stabbed him as he pushed him. He says he didn't have a combo about... it says Austin was frustrated. Mello was frustrated. It could have been as easy as him leaving the tent, but he pulled a knife out of his backpack, and they wanted to know, okay, so what kind of push was it? When Austin went up there to push him, what kind of push did he push? He said that it was a light push to the shoulder, just a light push to the shoulder, and it wasn't anything major. They said it was similar to like a lineman drill. He said it was less than that. Said it was a one-hand nudge. And then they said, are you sure about that? He said he was sure about that. It was a lot of, why are you under this tent? It wasn't aggressive until he decided not to listen. So them calling him out and telling him he needs to leave, he don't belong there, he needs to get to stepping, that wasn't aggressive. It only became aggressive because he didn't want to leave. So it says he decided not to listen, and as it escalated, his tone got more aggressive. Austin, so then they want to know, what was Austin's demeanor? Like, how was he? What was his vibe? He said Austin was a little frustrated, but it wasn't like he was trying to start something. Austin wanted him out of there, and if it came to fighting him, that's what he was going to do. He said Austin wanted him out of there, and if it came to fighting him, that's what he was going to do. They said, did it surprise you about him having a weapon at a track meet? So then this is when they say they buzzword. Would it surprise you that he had a weapon at a track meet? He says, I would never think anyone would have a knife at a track meet. I wrote, very coached answer. That's I would never think somebody would have a knife at a track meet. I put very coached answer. He says, Austin jumps up saying, I got stabbed. Mello jumps up and throws the knife. Hunter is right beside Austin. He wasn't involved much once it happened. He got involved and held Austin. And then they were like, okay, so normally when there's a fight about to happen, kids get rowdy. They start acting like they're recording or whatever. Like, what do you think about fight videos? And when, kids like act like they like recording a fight and all that. He said he thinks that fight videos are funny, but nobody under the tent saw this coming. He told them where the knife was, and they took him straight to the police station. They wanted to know, how did Karmelo get out the tent? They said it was a walk, then jog, then walk, and then he was calm. And then they wanted to know, what was Karmelo trying to do? Like, was he trying to escape or something when he was doing this? And then he said that he think he was just trying to get away from the other athletes and police. Did anyone point him out to one of the heritage coaches? And what was Austin? Austin screamed and he says, "I got stabbed." And he says he didn't see the wound, but he saw the blood spot. And it says, "Well, in your opinion, was this stabbing done in self-defense?" He said, "No, sir." So according to you, who provoked it? Karmelo Anthony. So then it was time for the defense. And it says, they said he went to the station in the interview room and made notes in his phone after the police station. Waiting for the interview, he was able to text friends that now, and that's how he found out that Austin had died. They said, "You do recall him getting in a tent?" "Yes, sir." "He came up on the left side." Said it gave the impression they knew each other and they dabbed each other up. So it says him speaking to Eddie, it gave the impression that they knew each other. They says, did Eddie say anything when he was being questioned? He doesn't remember if Eddie said anything. He said, "Well, you told the detective that both Hunter and Austin asked him to leave." He says he don't remember that. So he got amnesia, okay? But he told the detective that Austin was telling him he needs to leave, and so was Hunter. But
So
now
was
on the
Hunter.
stand, I don't remember. He don't remember it. It said
So was Hunter.
and Austin asked him to leave. He says he don't remember that. So he got amnesia, okay? But he told the detective that Austin was telling him he needs to leave, and so was Hunter. But now on the stand, I don't remember. He don't remember it. It says, well, let me refresh your memory or whatever. He says, they showed him things, says, this, look, you don't remember him saying his name was Mello? "No, sir." And then so he like, so what happened? They might have used curse words, but he don't remember because they wanted to know, like, did he use any curse words? Was it like, what was it given? He said, Austin was 6 feet from Mello. Hunter was right next to Austin. Karmelo told him, he was told him several times he had something in his backpack. Mello said, "You're going to have to move me." No one believed he had something in his bag. Mello was sitting down. When Austin stood up, he was 1 row above Austin and reached across to push him. They said, "Did you see how big Mello was?" About 5'9", 140 or 150. Well, Austin is over 200 pounds and 6'1". Austin was bigger than, and then she said, Austin was bigger than Hunter, about 50 or 60 pounds heavier than Mello. He said Austin could have possibly looked intimidating because he was like trying to paint the scene like, okay, Karmelo is small, he's big. Like, do you think he could have looked intimidating to him? And he says that Austin could have possibly looked, intimidating to somebody smaller. Says the push didn't knock Mello off balance. Says the force didn't make Mello come out of his seat. He walked up afterwards to throw the knife down, and he didn't see Mello running after. So then they were done with him and got on to the next. So the next is a 17-year-old black boy, and he too had the yellow stress ball. Okay? Somebody said, "Neek, were there many objections?" No. I was expecting that there was going to be a lot of objections, sustain, objection, whatever, sustain. There hasn't been a lot of objections. I feel like a lot of stuff they kind of already fleshed out through the pretrial motions because there hasn't been a lot of objections. Like, so they said, so he walks in, he's a black boy, he's 17 years old, and he also has a stress ball in his hand. And then the prosecution wanted to know about the stress ball. And he said, they all have their own stress ball. He's still in high school. He graduates next year. His mom and one of his sisters was also at the track meet. His mom was working. He recently lost his dad because they were like, okay, so you had a significant event like recently, or I forget the words that they used, but they were like, you have a tragedy that just recently happened. And he said, yeah, I lost my dad. And then they wanted to know, how did he lose his dad? He said his dad and Austin asked him to leave. He the wound, but he saw the blood spot. And it says, well, in your opinion, was this stabbing done in self-defense? He said, no, sir. So according to you, who provoked it?
I don't know.
Karmelo Anthony. So then it was time for the defense. And it says, They said he went to the station in the interview room and made notes in his phone after the police station. Waiting for the interview, he was able to text friends that now, and that's how he found out that Austin had died. They said, you do recall him getting in a tent? Yes, sir. He came up on the left side, said it gave the impression they knew each other and they dabbed each other up. So it says him speaking to Eddie, it gave the impression that they knew each other. They says, did Eddie say anything when he was being questioned? He doesn't remember if Eddie said anything. He said, well, you told the detective that both Hunter and Austin asked him to leave. He says he don't remember that. So he got amnesia, okay? But he told the detective that Austin was telling him he need to leave, and so was Hunter. But now on the stand, I don't remember. He don't remember. It says, well, let me refresh your memory or whatever. He says, they showed him the thing, says, this, look, you don't remember him saying his name was Mello? No, sir. And then so, like, so what happened? They might have used curse words, but he don't remember because they wanted to know, like, did he use any curse words? Was it like what was it?
He didn't hear nothing. If he didn't hear him say my name Mello.
Austin was 6 feet from Mello. Hunter was right next to Austin. Karmelo told him he was told him several times he had something in his backpack. Mello said, "You're gonna have to move me." No one believed he had something in his bag. Mello was sitting down. When Austin stood up, he was one row above Austin and reached across to push him. They said, "Did you see how big Mello was? About 5'9", 140 or 150. Well, Austin is over 200 pounds and 6'1". Austin was bigger than, and then she said Austin was bigger than Hunter, about 50 or 60 pounds heavier than Mello. He said Austin could have possibly looked intimidating because he was like trying to paint the scene like, okay, Karmelo is small, he's big. Like, do you think he could have looked intimidating to him? And he says that Austin could have possibly looked, intimidating to somebody smaller. Says the push didn't knock Mello off balance. Says the force didn't make Mello come out of his feet. He walked up afterwards to throw the knife down, and he didn't see Mello running after. So then they were done with him and got on to the next. So the next is a 17-year-old black boy, and he too had the yellow stress ball. Okay? Somebody said, Neek, were there many objections? No. I was expecting that there was going to be a lot of objections, sustained, sustained. There hasn't been a lot of objections. I feel like a lot of stuff they kind of already fleshed out through the pretrial motions because there hasn't been a lot of objections. Like, so
them boys,
they said
trying to eliminate Hunter.
So he walks
because
in, he's a
there
black
is
boy,
a part of that if it's more than one person that's attacking you
in his hand. And then the prosecution wanted to know about the stress ball, and he said they all have their own stress ball. He's still in high school. He graduates next year. His mom and one of his sisters was also at the track meet. His mom was working. He recently lost his dad because they were like, okay, so you had a significant event like recently, or I forget the words that they used, but they were like, you have a tragedy that just recently happened. And he said, yeah, I lost my dad. And then they wanted to know, how did he lose his dad? He said his dad was murdered by some man recently. And then they wanted to know what position he plays in football. And he says that he plays running back in football, and he was on a track team and says the coach Starr is strict. He rode to the stadium on the team bus, and he did the long jump. He's not sure it started raining bad, so they got on the bus. So he went over there to warm up. So he went to get his shorts. He forgot them, went back to the tent. As he was putting on his shorts, he saw Austin talking to Mello. His sister had on a yellow poncho, and Austin was asking him, who are you? And I agreed with Austin. Like, yeah, just leave. That's when he was trying to provoke Austin. So Austin said, just leave. He agreed with him and also told him that he needs to leave. But, he wasn't the one provoking, okay? Karmelo was trying to provoke him into a fight. It says, what kind of shove did Austin do? He said he did a light tap and he stabbed him. Stuff like this never happens, not at a track meet in Frisco. So they wanted to know, were you surprised that he had a weapon? And he said, stuff like this never happens at a track meet in Frisco. So then they wanted to know, like, what was his relation to the twins? It says the twins were my teammates and my leaders. Austin loss affected him. It was the one person who believed in him and pushed him to be great. So when he said that, I noticed that Austin mom's, like, she started to get, like, emotional in the courtroom and stuff like that. And so he said that he was very affected by the loss because he felt like Austin was the one person that believed in him. Okay? It says Austin, he pushed him to be great. He says, okay, so what was he saying? He said, Austin says, just leave. Austin says, I'm not going to fight you, Melo. And then they said, Melo
He called him Melo?
in his bag. I didn't think nothing like this.
I'm not going to fight you, Melo. So he knew his nickname? Oh, he had just told him. When they said, what's your name? And he said, Melo. Okay. Because I thought he's somebody, one of them other kids said, he said, none of your business, cha-cha-cha. No, mama. That was something my mama used to say. I'm nobody. And then he said, oh, see, their stories are not the same. Because why would you be calling him Melo? Because your brother asked him, who are you? And he said Melo. That's how you knew to say Melo?
Happened. We live in Frisco. This is a safe city. Did he provoke Austin? He provoked Austin. After him and his sister ran and walked back to see if Austin was okay after the stabbing, they said you could see Melo jump down, jog, then walk. Someone caught him. I don't think he was trying to run away, but I think he was trying to blend in with the crowd. His sister went to look for for his mom, and he didn't have his phone. It was in his book bag. His sister saw the stabbing. It shook his sister up worse than it shook me. And then they wanted to know, like, well, your sister was supposed to testify too, right? And then he says that she wasn't up to testifying. And then it says, well, we thought about asking your mom to testify as well. And then they said, well, she wasn't up for testifying either. So it says, Austin told him, I'm not going to fight you at a track meet. So he didn't think it was going to be anything. And they wanted to know, okay, so when this is going on, where's Hunter? Hunter was a couple steps behind Austin. He was just watching like everyone else was doing. And then they said, they wanted to know, did Melo stab Austin in self-defense? He said, no, sir. Who provoked this? Karmelo. Okay. And so it says, when you left and got short, the argument was already going on. He said, when you got back, Austin was talking to Karmelo. It wasn't no talking back and forth. When he got there, he was down at the bottom. Says Austin didn't touch him hard. He says, can you come up here?
Can you come up?
They made him demonstrate how it was.
Oh, okay. I thought he was saying that the kid saying Austin. Oh, Lord, they just. Ugh.
He was just watching like everyone else was doing, and then they said, they wanted to know, did Melo stab Austin in self-defense? He said, no, sir. Who provoked this? Karmelo. Okay. And so it says, when you left and got short, the argument was already going on. He said, when you got back, Austin was talking to Karmelo. It wasn't no talking back and forth. When he got there, he was down at the bottom. Says Austin didn't touch him hard. He says, can you come up here? So they made him demonstrate how it was that he pushed him. And he says, a light tap with one hand on his shoulder. Then Karmelo stabbed him. Do you remember talking to the detective 1 hour after? Yes, sir. Do you remember they asked you what Melo did after? You said, I seen him after. He ran to the top, then ran to a coach.
Everyone's drinking now, and it's fine for what it is, but here's the thing. It's basically greens and vitamins, no real protein.
You testified different thing about him running to a heritage coach. And then he said, well, he was trying to blend in. He's seen kids talk to other kids under their tent before. Yes, sir. So they was like, well, you've seen kids go to tents that are not their own before, right? He said, yes, sir. He says, our coach wanted us to get to know each other first. Never told them to throw a kid out. The coach is the one who normally answers that. And then they let him out. So then next to testify was a black girl, and she went to Liberty High School. She didn't even go to the school that they went to, but because she was in the area when it happened, they called her because she said that she, has info. So she went to Liberty High School, but just graduated, headed to college. She has a twin sister, and they wanted to know if she had a strict upbringing. He was like, out of nowhere, he was like, you had a strict upbringing. And so she kind of looking like, why? Like, what are you talking about? He said, no, sir. And then he says, your mom was a former prison guard. She was there with Liberty with the team and 2 tents, one for girls and one for the guys. It says 5.5 feet, rained off and on, rained hard for a couple of minutes, and then it drizzled after he saw the commotion. And they were like, and he saw a verbal argument, saw people, what does that say? People wanted a certain person to leave. She saw Austin and Melo have a verbal disagreement. It says, Karmelo said, if you want me to move, you would have to move me. By the time she looked back, she saw the
Y'all get my likes up.
incident.
I'd rather everybody drop
She said that Karmelo
than
was
being
more
in here
aggressive than
listening
Austin,
and not hitting the like
and
button.
said Austin didn't
Or
look
hit my
like he was
cash
trying
app.
to fight. It happened.
Hit my cash app. Support for my time. $AUNTEAFEE. You don't want to hit the like button. Hit my cash app. Again, $AUNTEAFEE. I was up all night trying to go to places where you would get the real tea instead of being passed around, lied to, and lied to. Hit my cash app. Again, $AUNTEAFEE. Yeah.
On for a minute or 5 minutes or so, and before he looked away, he says, I hear a commotion because and that's what caused her to look back. So this person didn't go to their school, but their tent was around in the area. It says, I heard his brother trying to find help for him. It says, then he started to cry and still having issues dealing with it. It's unfair and wrong, and thought that it had nothing to do with race. And he don't think for himself that it had anything to do with race. And that's that. So they went down to the police station to talk to the police. Said that Karmelo was trying to antagonize the others. She told the police what she heard people saying. And then it was time for the defense. And it says, you said you came and talked to Detective Adams after the event. Says she got back under the Liberty tent because it started raining. And she said, first thing she remembers is Karmelo being asked to leave the tent. It says, well, you told the detectives that Karmelo was trying to get Austin to fight him and was going to beat him in a race. So he basically confronted her about lying to the police, saying that she heard something she didn't. She was relaying gossip to the detective. It was her firsthand info. So then after that was a black kid, and we're going to continue the rest tomorrow. I'm finding myself kind of like getting tired now. So actually, okay, so it's just, let's see.
A needle-free filler that erases marionette lines in just 21 days? Why is this such a big secret?
All right, let me finish the next witness. So the next witness is a 17-year-old boy. He goes to Memorial High School. He has a twin brother. He plays football and track, and says Coach Starr is aggressive because each kid, they wanted to ask, like, well, what kind of coach is Coach Starr? And they wanted to kind of like convey, like, he's strict, he's stern, he's militant, and stuff like that. So this next witness, he's a 17-year-old black kid. And I found him to be the most solid, in my opinion. Like, he just testified like he had integrity. And it just didn't seem as much of like it was like a script like the other ones. Who is that on my page? So anyway, so the next witness is a 17-year-old black kid. He goes to Memorial High School and has a twin brother. He plays football and track, and he says Coach Starr is aggressive. They asked him if the coach liked him, and he said something like that. And the prosecutor said, I just wanted to see you smile. He says, we talk about the track meet. Austin was the team leader on the team and was friends with him, had a lot of friends on the track team. Him and another kid are friends, and they set up their tent, and then he had to change into his track attire. Everybody was under there because it began to like storm. It was him and another kid and a few other people, and he knows Hunter doesn't remember them under the tent. They came back from somewhere, they got back. Matter of fact, actually, before I do that one, I'm gonna come back tomorrow. Who are y'all arguing with in the comments?
Her eyebrows are pretty.
Y'all are a mess. So anyway, so I have a few more pages of the next witness, and then I have everything that we went over today. I'm gonna get a few hours of sleep to where I don't have to wake up like right away and get like 2 hours. So I'm gonna get a few hours of sleep, and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna finish the rest. But I just wanted to cover as much as I could for y'all. I am tired, and I can feel myself like as I'm trying to get through the rest of it, I can feel myself like get more and more and more tired. I want to convey everything as I witnessed it in the courtroom. So give me a few hours to sleep, and then I'm gonna come back and fill you guys in on the rest. All right. But so far, what do you guys think about the testimony? This is part 2 of the coverage that I did yesterday, and then tomorrow we're gonna cover what we went over, blah blah blah, like that.
Okay, so she has one other live that I missed, cause yeah, I didn't know that she had 2 until she said it in this live. Let me see something. I'm already 3 hours in. My likes ain't pretty. I'm not getting support. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do that other one, cause she went out of order. What we doing? Yes, they are pretty. Thanks for sharing. You so very welcome. She had a LGGG love. What's pretty? Naturally, Narlins. $ AUNTEAFEE. There we go. Let me see, cause I want to be ready for her tomorrow. I'm trying to catch up. She was out of place, but I need to speed her up. I gotta speed Nick and Knight up. I have to speed her up. Hold on.
And the fact that all right. Hey, what's up? It's your girl, Neek, and you're tuned in to Neek at Night. Now, I have been inside the courtroom for the Karmelo Anthony trial every single day this week. For those of you guys who have been keeping up with the case, then you know today was a full-on court day from 9 a.m.
Friday
to 5 p.m., and there was a lot of key evidence that happened in this trial. Now, along with today being a lot of action-packed testimony, girl. I was also in the courtroom, just like every other day. I was in the courtroom yesterday. Now, I briefly started to do a live video last night. I was pretty tired, so I put it on private, but everything that happened yesterday, everything that happened today, we're going to get on into it in this video right after my intro. I want to give some people some time to come on into my live. Make sure that you guys share the live, retweet the live, let people know that we're live over here. I'm gonna give y'all 3 minutes to come on into the room, and then we're gonna get on into everything. We're out here in Beverly Hills with Raz B. I haven't seen you on the scene in a minute, so let the people know what you've been up to. Hey, what's up? I got Amara Lanegra here with me tonight at the A Toast to Young Hollywood event. Hey guys, so I have the beautiful Layla Ali with me tonight. So I just want to first start off by saying your Instagram is Simone's. Every day that I'm in the courtroom, I am observing the court. In cases that I've covered before, by the time the state rests, the defense has put up so many strikes that a lot of times it's not necessary for their client to go on the stand because they have proven so many elements that is not needed. However, in this case, the defense has not tipped the scale to where it's heavily in Karmelo's favor at this point. Even before we go into any of the testimonies, every day that I'm in the courtroom, I am observing the court, right? I'm looking at the judge. I'm looking at the witnesses. I'm looking at how things are landing with the jury. I'm looking at just the atmosphere overall, and I am taking a
Look at this, y'all. How can I make this big? Oh my God. Hold on. I want y'all to. They got them lined up side by side. Let me see. Oh no. I don't want this. I just want the thumbnail. You must not know about me. You must not know about me. Right here. I can't make it bigger, I don't think. Look, 5'8", 140, and he really 135. What the fuck? 6'1", over 200. How they look? How they look, y'all? How does that line up? Karmelo, Austin. Yeah. Okay, let's go.
Notes, okay? I'm taking a ton of notes. One thing that I noticed right off the bat, there's one, like all of the older jurors, like the ones that look like they have kids and maybe probably already on the verge of having grandkids. There's not that many of them. But in my opinion, I think that the defense has already lost all of the older jurors. Anytime the defense talks, the oldest jurors in the room, because this is an unusual case where they have a larger amount of younger jurors than I usually am used to seeing in these cases. However, I feel as though the older jurors, he's going to have a damn good explanation as to why he had the knife to win them over. I think that so far, anytime they put like the 911 calls, or anytime they put you know, like the body cam footage, like there is 2 women jurors who I never see them actually crying, but they're close. Like you can see them emotionally, like looking at the evidence. And what is also interesting is the layout of the courtroom. So the jurors are on the left side of the courtroom. The Metcalf family is also on the left side of the courtroom. Karmelo's on the right side because he is the defendant and he's positioned on the right. So naturally, his family is on the right. Now, being that the jurors are on the left and the Metcalfs are on the left, there are a lot of moments where showing the body cam, showing the 911 footage, and certain things like that, they are crying, sniffling, you know, reaching for tissue, you know, all of those things. And while they're doing that, they're in the line of sight of these older jurors who I'm looking at, like certain parts, they're looking at, like they're not looking dead at the Metcalfs, but they are like you can just feel it. Like, you can just feel the energy, like, especially like these particular jurors. Like, I'm looking, and it's this one juror who always her face, like, she's like me, like how I feel, you can see it on my face. You know what I mean? Like, you can literally see on her face that she has a connection to the family, the, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. Like, you can tell because whenever the defense is speaking, it don't look like they, like, he's not like, I don't know if that makes sense. However, they still have next week to put on their case. And if Karmelo is able to basically have an explanation, because everything hangs on why he had the knife, right? And what is clear to me is there are several things that are clear, okay? What's clear is all of the students that were called by the prosecution, they sound very rehearsed. They sound, each and every one of them have a different story. Each person is saying, well, Karmelo said, touch me and find out. And another person is saying, he said, make me leave. And then another person is saying, oh, he called them some pussies and said, y'all pussy, like, each student has a different phrase or a different saying or a different thing. Like, all of their stories are different. One person is saying Hunter was involved. Another one saying he's not involved. But what's clear is majority of them are saying that they joined in on taunting him. They didn't say it in that way, but if a person is telling somebody leave, they don't belong there, and then you also are chiming in and saying, what are you doing here? You don't belong here. And then another student, all is ganging up on one student, telling him he don't belong, and you got one student laughing about it, pulling out his phone, egging it on. To me, that sounds like a clear case of bullying. However, I don't think that them bullying him is enough to get over the knife portion of it, right? Because the prosecution has been driving home with every single witness, even the defense witnesses that were called today, that there was absolutely no reason why Karmelo Anthony should have had his knife, okay? They showed us a picture of the front of the school where there's this big blue banner that says ISD track meet, and it listed off a list of things that was considered prohibited items. So it was like, you can't bring in tobacco, you can't bring in weapons, you can't bring in, all of these different things. I'll have to go to my notes to get the exact list because I wrote it down. But it was saying like this list of items that you cannot bring in that are weapons. Now, outside of that meat, in the law, you can have a pocket knife. Now, one thing that I did note, and I think that everything that
he got suspended for that.
Is said for a reason. I'm wondering if the reason why the defense stated that he loved camping is because there's going to be a link to why he had the knife or why it was in his bag or something like that. Now, today they showed that Karmelo Anthony takes a lot of photos, okay? He has several photos with this one student that tried to downplay them knowing each other. They were able to show, hey, look at you and such here. Like you and Karmelo, he in your house. He, like, y'all together here, like, y'all playing basketball. Like, the student tried to downplay, like, oh, I only seen him 2 or 3 times. It wasn't really nothing. But then you see that their relationship is much more intimate than that. So you see clearly he's lying about his association with Karmelo, which then proves that he's most likely lying about a lot of the details that he's saying that clearly show you that he was a big instigator in this. Now, Austin approached him. Austin was the biggest one. And what they thought from listening to all their testimonies, Karmelo is a little skinny black boy. You got these big linebacker white boys, and then you got all these
cornbread
black kids that are also vouching these big white boys. So they felt empowered to, like, oh, this is, like, they thought that he was a buster. Like, oh, like, you're a little punk. Like, basically, that's what all of their testimony proves at this point, that they looked at him, they prejudged him based on him being small, and they thought that they can punk him. And they thought that they was going to be able to punk him and he was not going to defend himself. Okay? I believe that he defended himself. However, the fact that he had the knife too, like, it's a catch-22 because it's like, on one hand, you defended yourself, but on another hand, you weren't even supposed to have the knife in the first place to defend yourself. You get what I'm saying? So it's like a catch-22 type of situation. So they've proven that, and all of the students that were called by the prosecution, they sound extremely rehearsed. A lot of the comments that they're making are not natural conversations that a teenager would have. And it's not natural that every single teenager would use the same buzzwords. all of them are using the exact same buzzwords, and it sounds coached, it sounds rehearsed, and they sound like they're lying, okay? However, regardless of them lying and regardless of them bullying him, because it's like, okay, he bullied you and they're wrong for bullying you. And, you know, like if they were bullying you, he put his hands on you, he pushed you or whatever. You haven't, like, it wasn't equal force. You get what I'm saying? But it's clear they bullied him. Like, that's not, like, that can't be contested. I don't care how much they try to paint it and say, Karmelo was the aggressor. He tried to goad him. That's BS. Anybody with critical thinking skills listening to those testimonies can tell that that's complete BS. The only major hurdle above that is the reason why he had that knife. Everybody wants to know, why did you have the knife in the first place? Because the prosecution is doing a really good job at driving home the fact that he should have never had it in the first place. Even the defense witnesses that they called today all corroborated that same fact, that he should not have never had it in the first place, right? Like, even their own witnesses were like, yeah, I do agree, he should have never had it in the first place.
Like,
So,
don't nobody in
him
that school, neither one of them have a weapon.
I feel like, kind of like, because the scales are like leaning towards the prosecution.
Pressure.
Like, I'm in the courtroom. I'm not gonna
It's
lie,
2,
y'all. Even
3,
though I
4
feel like,
against
you know,
1.
there
Down with
are
that shit.
certain
That is the
people
same
surrounding the
force.
case that are
It don't
trying
necessarily have to be
like,
knife for knife, gun for gun. Shut up.
The case is going a particular way.
Shut
They're
up.
misleading people on how it's
You
actually
ignorant.
going because they're
Yeah.
like, they're liars. But whatever. Like, it's going a particular way only because they're trying to make it seem like, oh, like the kids are credible, they're telling the truth. They're not. Like, it's clear that the kids are liars.
They are liars.
It's clear, and it's clear that they were bullying him.
And they are going, and it's clear that they are removing a hunter because that was 450 goddamn pounds. So that the weight, it won't be the same. It won't be the same force because they 450 fucking pounds and he 130. Yeah, shut up. Yeah, you trying to make a point. It ain't gonna ever be equal force. 450 pound, 2 fucking linebackers. He a wide receiver. Yeah. So it ain't ever gonna be equal force when it's 2, 3, or 4 against 1. So you shut the fuck up. Talking that ignorant shit. But you walking around with a goddamn gun. Boy, gone. Put your gun away. Turn your gun in. Fight. Fight pressure. Fight with your fucking hands. Yeah, let's go. Fight with your hands. Yeah, put your gun away. Yeah. Teach your kids to fight with their hands and never pick up a gun. That's what you need to teach, nigga. Put your gun away and fight with your hands. Yeah, let your kids get whooped and beat with no protection. Yeah, since you want to be a gunman, you know, you talking all that shit like you ain't walking around with a goddamn weapon. What type of shit is that? Yeah, and they gonna get their ass whooped. And may get unalive because they may beat their ass to death. Yeah. So choose your fucking poison. Okay? He chose to choose his poison to defend himself with a poke. Yeah, you choose to handle your business with a gun. You scary. You can't fight. Your hands ain't worth shit. Yeah, now. Yeah, so teach your kids when they beat that ass to just take that ass whooping and try not to hit your head on the concrete. Yeah. Put your hand over your face and cover your head. Don't, you know, sometimes you got to get beat to death. Yeah. Then people gonna say, why you didn't have you didn't have a little pocket knife or something? Well, I don't know about no shit. Yeah, they were being ratchet. They were Frisco thugs. They were 2 cornbread fed disco thugs acting ratchet. ratchet behavior got him poked. I don't care how you spin it. I'ma spin it another way. They got their own self. Shit. Okay? Acting ratchet. They were Frisco ratchet thugs. I do. Fuck you mean? Oh, what? Think what you want to think. Okay. Okay. Okay, you can think what you want to think. I don't have to prove shit to nobody. But I'm going to tell you this. With Scooter, when I feel like, okay, you don't have, you got, in college pressure, you don't know every motherfucking thing. You think you do, though. Yeah, when I'm like, you don't have, I mean, you going where? You don't, you got a knife? You got what you got? I ain't crazy. I ain't gonna send you out there. Fuck you mean? You don't know what the fuck you talking about. But carry on. Carry on.
What hurts him is him having it in the first place because, like I said, every single witness, they are driving the fact.
What? Who had in the vehicle?
The prosecution is making it
so
land,
nobody
like
is
making it stick.
Talking
like,
about that.
And I don't think that the defense is doing a good enough job to when the prosecution say, well, he should have never had it in the first place. And again, they have legal motions, they have 403 issues that they can't say certain stuff that we don't even know that what they can or they can't say.
My personal business pressure, you would never know.
So in my head, I'm like, well, why you
promise you that?
Like when the prosecution like bring it back to the fact of, well, he should have never had it in the first place. Why are you not bringing them back
you think
to the
what
fact
you want
that
to think?
It wasn't a situation where he was antagonizing
I
them.
keep it real.
You know, like whenever they prove they make it land and they're like, well,
hypocritical reform shit that don't even make sense coming out your mouth. I'm gonna get there.
Their stories are clearly full of it. You know what I mean? Like trying to downplay their role. Like if you listen to each person's story, each person says, I told him he better go. And then another person testifies, I told him he better go. So if you got 5 kids telling you, you better leave, boy, and laughing at you and telling you, oh, you ain't got nothing in your bag. Oh,
like his ass ain't ratchet.
He ain't got nothing in his bag.
Nigga, you ratchet too.
The aggressors to me. You and also he's not like they're talking about the
everybody in here that thinks Karmelo Anthony should not have been able to protect himself by any means necessary. Y'all can leave. And when you leave your guns, leave your weapons. Yeah, leave them. Make an oath that you will be turning in any weapon that you have, and if somebody step to you, you just gonna take that ass whooping. Yeah. And don't come up with no excuses as to why you defend yourself when somebody is beating your head in the concrete. Okay? You got to talk to people like that because they act like they don't understand. I guess they the upper echelon now. And, you know, I eat caviar and I can only have Grey Poupon on my croissants, you know, type shit. They on some new shit now. Leave your weapons. Baby, there was a protest downtown, and that guy had a whole whatever type of gun, rifle it was, and he was in a protest walking down the street. And police had been ambushed, and he was protesting walking up and down the street with he had a weapon. Just in case something popped the fuck off. Y'all crazy, man. Y'all won't fall. We don't have to get beat no more. The law wasn't made for us, but we gonna use it because it's still in the books. Yeah, dumbass. Let me get to what you sent me. I'm sorry.
And everything like that, but I don't think the defense is doing a good enough job to be like, so you mean to tell me a boy?
See, I don't know if that's them.
Came down, he was polite. They proven that when.
Let me tell you why I don't know if that's them. Cause back when this first happened, they had people that was changing their name to their names, and putting pictures of themselves, and some of it wasn't real. Some of it was real. But when I have pictures like that and I don't have a face to it, yeah, I'm not gonna say that was them. That could be anybody, and they could change their name to that. See how he put that M3? Yeah, I remember stuff like this a year ago. Look at the last name. That's not him. That's not him. I can't use that.
He didn't get, an attitude until they spoke to him. But I don't feel like he's doing a good enough job to drive home the fact that you mean to tell me a boy that's respectful, he's asking people to move or whatever, like, no, like y'all came at him sideways. You were trying to intimidate him. You got 5 kids or so all trying to gang up on him, and he's betrayed by the one student he went to talk to that he's been hanging out with for the last few months. He not speaking for him, so now he looking at all of y'all like ops. And they're not, but I feel like I still have to give them a little bit of time due to the fact that we still have time for next week for him to get on the stand and explain. Okay? I think that they should be able to explain how, you know what I mean? From his eyes. I see this big guy, he over 200 pounds, he's in my face, I'm small, I don't know what he's gonna do to me. I have nobody that has my back. The one person that I thought would have my back, he done switched up on me. So now I can't trust him. I'm outnumbered. I'm at a school. I went to a campground. I mean, not campground. I went to a tent that I thought, and mind you, they also testified that he's been under that tent before. He's hung out at that tent, and they also showed photos of him and the one student that he went to go talk to hanging out at a bench together, and they're from different schools, and they had another witness prove that they all have mingled together under the tent. They show photos, etc. of, another track meet where him and the boy were sitting together. He's going to have to really bring them into his view. Because I'm here, I'm sitting down.
I don't need to read the room.
I go to talk to a guy who, you see my relationship. We
These
were
people,
cool. Can you imagine?
I know they're
right?
perfect.
So this is
I know they're not hoodified. They're not ghetto. They're not ratchet. So nobody's going to do anything to them because I taught them. But what if somebody sneaked them? What if somebody surrounds these well-defined, well-defended ass kids you don't raise? Yeah, what if there's a sneak attack? What if they're surrounded by some big old linebackers, 3, 4, or 5 of them? Your tactics ain't gonna work. Your tactics ain't gonna work. You playing stupid.
In a second, but I just wanted to say those things first. Okay, so this is the situation, right? Karmelo is dating this girl. Okay? And I think that, and I don't know, but with the way kids are, it seems like because it almost seems like it made me wonder, and another person had made this comment too, did old boy that he went to go talk to, he probably secretly, he's saying that the girl was his cousin, but did he secretly, was he secretly jealous of them being together? Because everything else is weird. Or is he just that much of a kid that wasn't raised on integrity? Because his integrity is in question.
Yes, a lot of them, they're being paid.
The way that he's operating, he tried to say, oh, I only known him 2 to 3 times. He his integrity, is questionable, extremely. But I wonder if, on top of him not having a good integrity, was he jealous because they were dating and you know what I mean? Or is there proof or whatever like that? But this is the situation. Karmelo is dating a girl, right? He's dating a girl, and he goes to her family's house. He goes to her family's house, and they are big on taking pictures. They take pictures all the time. And they have all of these family gatherings. You can tell that Karmelo's girlfriend comes from a very tight-knit, loving family. You can tell that, that they pride themselves on family. Family is important, and because they have these gatherings, and they always make sure that they're capturing the moments. And good thing they are able to capture the moments, because what if they never had all these pictures to prove that this guy was lying about like knowing him and everything like that? So Karmelo has this girlfriend. He gets invited to a family gathering. At the family gathering, he meets this kid who the kid's family and the girlfriend's family are very close, so much close to where their offspring call each other cousins. Y'all know how y'all got your mama's best friend and the kids, you know, you say that's your cousin. That's their situation. Their families are so close that they call each other cousins, right?
Okay, so Jay, can't nobody see you but me. So glad. Okay, well, oh boy, he messed with the wrong black person. And he's rest in peace. Yeah. He rest in peace for trying to bully. Okay? Yeah. So your culture is trash. Your culture is still trying to take advantage of the fakeness. Do you know that you are black? Let's go there. That's time for a culture lesson. Since you want to talk about black culture, you black. You came from us. What little white chocolate nickel. Yeah. You are a white chocolate NIGG. Yeah. That's what you are, Jay. You come from us. We don't come from you. Can't no other color be made. You know, spread out to 50 shades of brown. You just on the lower end of the brown. You that peach. Yeah, pink. Yeah, but you came from us. That's why you hate us, because we are royal. Yeah, that's why y'all had to whitewash everything, because y'all was a piece of shit. And you knew that we came royal. We came wealthy. Y'all stole the wealth. So don't pat yourself on the back, nigga, because you won too. You understand? Now get your funky face, black ass up out of here. White chocolate. Y'all say bye to Jay. Y'all can't see him. Just say bye. He thought he was going to slide one or two in. Yeah. You went too far. Yeah. And y'all look more like monkeys than us, but you still came from us. We the mama. We the daddy. We royal. Y'all stole it. All y'all life, y'all been stealing. All y'all life, you been stealing. But you still black. You still came from us. We didn't come from you. Trifling ass white boy. Get your ass up out of here. Bye, Jay. You can't come back, Django. Yeah. I knew they was gonna come. They wore me out last year. Well, not really. I mean, I just had to fight like Karmelo online. Yeah. I shot their asses down online. Because they was coming for me with the race cards. Yeah. Now understand, the whitewash has been sprayed the fuck down. And what we see is the 50 shades of brown. You just on the lighter end. Okay? Now go home and tell your mama you learned something new today. On YouTube at Auntie Fee House. Mama, why you didn't ever tell us that we was really black? Do your research, boy. Do your research, boy. Yeah. And respect the royalty when you enter a black person's palace. You understand? Because you come from us. Yeah, y'all was too weak to be the chosen ones. Tell you mean. Y'all couldn't no time handle what y'all dished the fuck out. That's why we still here. And y'all are scared. Y'all are scared. Y'all have to poison the food, or your parasites and shit everywhere to try to unalive us. And yet we still rise because we royal. And you came from us. We didn't come from you. Now get your ass on. Let's go. Yeah, I'm adjusting my wig. You know how the old lady. Now, I don't have on one, but you know what I mean. I had to fix my wig. He had to get a treatment. Get your ass up out of here, boy. Go back home. Yeah. Hello, everybody who has come in. And hello, I'm back. Let's go. Yeah, start giving them our treatments. Oh, I wish old girl Oh my God. I start giving out treatments and telling them that they come from you. You came from me. We are raw. We are chosen, and y'all know that. That's why y'all Zionists are trying to rewrite the Bible. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. And laugh at him. Yeah, you come from me. Now, I know I was a little aggressive because he caught me off guard because they ain't been here. But yeah, I still laid that ass down. Okay, let's go.
Karmelo meets, he's dating a girl. He's invited to the family. The family, you can tell, really likes Karmelo because of how, in the pictures they showed us, the girlfriend's mother, she's always like, you know, she's like close to him.
Jenny love it when I tell them that they come from us. Get them. Yeah. Yeah, I take pride in being able to tell them they come from us. The hell you mean? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, no. And you know we really are the rulers. That's why it's our time is coming. And one thing is for sure, we know how to weather the storm. We know how to weather the storm. Yeah, we know how to survive in the toughest of times. Yeah, absolutely. But it just ain't going to go down the way it went down before. I'm just going to tell y'all that. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go.
Smiling, like you can tell that they really approved of their daughter dating him by the way they embrace him and make him feel a part of the family in those photos. Like if you look at the photos, you can't even tell like he's just a boyfriend. You know what I mean? Like
what?
Like
news flash, breaking motherfucking news, huh? You come from my DNA is in you. Okay? Breaking news. Stop. Yeah, stop what you're saying and listen. Yeah. You are offsprings. You understand? You understand. You do your DNA test and you gonna find out. Yeah, you gonna find us up in there. Fuck you mean. Let's go.
Like they include him, make sure he was included, make sure that they embraced him, make sure that he was close to them. You can tell that they really accepted him. So
tried their best. Elizabeth Taylor and somebody else took a kid. You stole from a kid. And then tried to sue. Acting like you was the originator. After you done went and watched this kid. Yeah. Yeah. Always stealing. From the royalty. You come from us. That's why they got the fake Zionists. Faking and shaking. Gypsies and shit. Mad at us. One, because we believe in God, and two, because one, because we are raw, and two, because God said bye. Yeah, you fallen damn angels. Yeah, let's go.
As
they still lie and cheat. Absolutely.
Right? And a family friend, he meets this kid. Every time they're having gatherings, he's hanging out with this kid, right? The kid.
And let's be clear. Whether they make the rules and break them, and he to be ready for. Oh, I'm not gonna speak negative on him now. I'm not gonna act like I don't have his back. Yeah, what happens we can't change, but I'm gonna speak it as if he not gonna be found guilty. Y'all them type of folk that y'all speaking them, yeah, but I don't think he you speaking they language. You manifesting they shit. But you wanted to R. Kelly who up there slanging that thing and folk who didn't want it. You loving that. Ooh, can I be next? Ooh, can I be next? Ooh, can I be next? A free Diddy. I need you to free Diddy. R. Kelly, they lying on him. A free Kelly, free Ira. Can't get nothing for Karmelo. What type of frackle knackle bullshit is that? But you will pro booty busters. You pro booty busters. It's a lot of gay shit going on. That's all I'm gonna say.
Going on double dates with him, Karmelo and the girlfriend, and you thinking that he cool. Like if y'all seen the photos of them together, like
I ain't called you gay. Let's be clear. I said there's a lot of gay shit going on.
They got pictures to where they're like doing this to the camera, like just being silly, and like there's a picture where Karmelo's like playing the guitar, and he's like playing the guitar, and then the other boys like being goofy.
You lying to me?
To where like they were really, the girlfriend's mother, she's always like, you know, she's like close to him, smiling. Like you can tell that they really approved of their daughter dating him by the way they embrace him and make him feel a part of the family in those photos. Like if you look at the photos, you can't even tell like he's just a boyfriend. You know what I mean? Like they, like the way that they include him, make sure he was included, make sure that they embraced him, make sure that he was close to them. You can tell that they really accepted him. So they accept him as the girl, the boyfriend, right? And a family friend, he meets this kid. Every time they're having gatherings, he's hanging out with this kid, right? The kid is even going on double dates with him, Karmelo and the girlfriend. And you thinking that he cool. Like if y'all seen the photos of them together, like him and the kid, like they're goofing off. They got pictures to where they're like
the
doing
dog
this to the
shame to
camera,
find
like,
out that these
like
people
just
that be
being
in your
silly,
face
and,
all the time.
like, there's a picture where
you know.
Karmelo's like playing the guitar, and he's like playing the guitar, and then the other boys like being goofy, and they have pictures to where like they were really like vibing, like cool, like they were cool or whatever. It was more than just an acquaintance. You get what I'm saying? Like you have people that are associates you say hi and bye to, and then you have people who are like more than an acquaintance, like you more than cool. Like, you know, we vibing, like we kind of like, you know what I'm saying? We kind of function together, like we vibe together, we cool, like we have fun together. Like it's represented in the photos that they showed. And there were several events that they went to together. So imagine Karmelo, right? He's going to have to put the jury in his shoes, right? I have this kid that I have spent so many family close-knit moments with where we've had a good time. We didn't have no bad blood. You know, I hung out with him on track meets 10 days prior. Me and him was kicking it at the track meet. There's pictures of us like sitting together. We having, you know, conversations. It's cool. We kicking it. We vibing. So imagine me thinking that that day would be any different where we were just vibing 10 days prior. I go up to him and I say, what's up? We dap, and I sit down. It's clearly raining outside, and I'm just trying to have a conversation with him like I've had before. His friends come in from his school and start confronting me, coming at me sideways, and the guy who I've been finding to be like I thought was the homie is letting his schoolmates come at me sideways. He's not even checking them for talking to me crazy. I only have myself to have my own back, right? So he's sitting there. He don't have nobody on his side. It's him against an entire school of kids that feel like because he's small, they can punk him. So, and on top of that, the guy that he thought was cool and a homie is egging them on to taunt him. So imagine, it's not even just about Austin telling you to get out the tent. It's the fact that this guy who ain't nobody said nothing to me but him, he comes to me and talks to me sideways. You don't say nothing. You're letting them talk to me sideways, and we supposed to be cool. Then it's all these other kids, because I was under the impression the way that the media was talking, especially because there's this one woman who has a connection to the Metcalf family, and she like is like she spreads like a lot of hate online. Indeed. So I thought that these were gonna be some kids
talking about backstabbing, putting a knife in your back.
Nothing but white kids. It's probably an all white.
The same knife he wasn't supposed. Karmelo wasn't supposed to have.
Connected to the Metcalf family, and
they
how
still put a knife in his back.
I thought that the school was going to be a reflection of that. They have shown that the school is diverse based on who they strategically called to the stand.
Strategically.
Right? They strategically called a number of black kids to the stand, and they strategically called less white kids. So in my mind, seeing that there's all these mouthpieces that, you know, there's people who spew a lot of hate online, but like at the courthouse, you know what I mean? They like, you know, you see them embracing the Metcalfs are talking to them, and you know what I mean? So I thought that the school was going to be a reflection of hate. However, there's been a lot of students that go to that school that have been coming to the courthouse, like, that are not testifying. They're polite, they're sweet kids, you know, like, you can tell, like, they're like that, like, they're like, it's not like that, like, so, like, I'm not like I'm just like, I'm not on the jury, so the jury only can go off of who is testifying, right? I'm looking at the complete picture. I'm like, damn, like, what I thought the school was gonna be like, I'm seeing all these racists spewing all this negative stuff. So I'm like, in my head, I'm like, they're going to a school and it's probably nothing but white kids that hate black people. You get what I'm saying? That's what I thought based on the racists that are speaking out and making this a race thing. But the prosecution has done a very good job at putting on a lot of black kids, and these black kids are
turning on the black kid by
vouching for
lying.
him, and you know they're like, they love him so much that they would clearly lie for him on the stand, because the kids are clearly lying. Like, none of their stories match. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's saying something different. So it's like they would like even lie for him
It's
to the pack,
true.
and then
The
on top
alter the
of that,
tape.
on top of that,
This is so very sad.
like, they would join
how
in
they will
in
try
helping
to
bully
portray
a
our
black kid,
kids.
right?
Yep.
So
They
you
make the
have
rules.
all of these
They
kids
just don't
that are
want us to
testifying.
use them. They
The
want
the boy who he
the
went
laws
to
to
and
be
talked
used
to
against us.
today, I don't know what his nationality is,
And now
but
they
he looks
giving out
mixed, right?
scholarships and
To
shit.
me, I don't know. Like, if I just seen him walking down the street, I would think that his parents, like, he had at least one black parent. Now, the parent that was in the courtroom is not black, but I would think that his father probably is black. He looked mixed, right? Then you had a lot of other kids that testified on the stand that were black kids. You know what I mean? And so they're doing a good job at trying to, like, to paint the picture, like, it's not that these are white racist kids. Look at all his black friends. You get what I'm saying? It's like, look, he has, like, they have all, look, they're not racist. Look, they got black friends. You know? And so, because I was like, what I thought going in is not what I'm seeing, and they know the rhetoric online, right? They know the rhetoric is whites against blacks. So they're showing, look, this black kid loves Austin. He's crying on the stand, and when he cries, the mother look like, you know, because they putting the black kids on the stand and they're breaking down and crying, right? One of them start crying, and then immediately it set off his mama. She's boohoo crying, like, you know what I mean? And the family's crying, and like, look, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just a whole little thing going on, right? Then you have the fact that the prosecution is like, he keeps, like, I don't know if y'all understand what I'm saying. Some people think that my explanation is biased. I don't know where you get bias from. If anything, I'm telling you the real. Like, I'm like, this is what is going on in the courtroom. The problem with bloggers is a lot of times you guys will look at, like, skewed narratives. I don't care that there are racists around the court and spewing hateful things. That's not in my heart, right? Like, it's not in my heart to be a liar. So I wouldn't lie on the case. For what? Like, you can always go and get transcripts later. So there's no point to lie about things like that, right? And I'm just telling y'all what I'm observing. Like, I'm not going to sit here and lie to y'all. Like, my perception going into the case, the prosecution knows what our perception is going to be. They know that they've made it a race thing. And so they have been very strategic in how they have been putting these witnesses on. Because even me, I'm thinking, I said, these probably ain't nothing but some redneck, you know, kids. And that doesn't mean that he's not a bully. And that doesn't mean that he likes black people, because I don't know the Metcalfs. You get what I'm saying? I don't know them. You know, like, I don't know Austin, or, you know what I mean? I don't know Hunter, because they could very well play sports, have black friends, and still not like black people. You get what I'm saying? However, outside of the case, from my observation, like, a lot of his school members have been coming to the court. They have been black, they have been white. And I look at how the mom, like, embraces them. Now, some people could say, hey, the mom probably being performative. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it to me, because I look at the fact of, it's not just how she is, like, embracing the kids and hugging the kids and stuff. It's how they, like, loving on her and wanting to make sure, like, she, you know, she has support and stuff like that. And they don't give that. Now, I will be honest. The mom, to me, I don't really get, like, racist. You get what I'm saying? I get like she seems like a loving mom, like you know what I mean, like just from looking. However, there are other people in the family that I get that vibe from, but I don't get that vibe from the mama. You know what I'm saying? And so now, as far as the other people, like the father and like some of the other like women in the family, I don't know. Some of them give the black, you know what I mean? But I don't know. So anyways, that's neither here nor there. But I'm just saying, like, just looking at it overall, I feel like the biggest hurdle is going to be that why he had the knife. Why he had the knife. Why was it there? Because to me, it's clear they bullied him. It's clear that he was within his rights to defend himself. But the question is, was he within his rights to stab? But the optics, like I said, he's going to have to put us in his mind. Because in my mind, I'm thinking, it's me, I'm by myself. The guy who I thought was cool, he done turned on me. Now it's me against him. You got this big, brolic linebacker of a dude in my face or trying to, punk me. Because that's another thing that they're not, like, explaining, like, you know what I mean? Like, they were trying to punk him. And I don't know that the defense is, because they're letting the prosecution paint this picture as like, oh, he goaded them, he provoked them. No, they were trying to punk him. And because he stood up for himself, then it's being shaped a particular way because he had a weapon that he wasn't supposed to have. It's clear he was bullied. It's clear they thought they can bully him because of his size. It's clear that they're trying to downplay each person's role because they're like, they want to like, take up for their friend. It's clear that he was not a threat to them before Austin put his hands on him. However, what is not clear, which maybe again will be cleared up when he testifies, is if he had, like, what situation made him feel like he needed a knife on him. Now, in my opinion, right, me experiencing Collin County, it's very racist, okay? Very racist. Like, the people, like, I've never dealt with this level of racism. And it's dangerous racism because they got the white lie. Like, because they're white, they already have that, like, you know what I mean? Like, if they lie on you, like, you're black, right? I'm black. So they automatically look at us a particular way. And so when you have white people, when they on their Karen shit, they're going to automatically take their word over yours, just because of that's how racism works. They put them here and they put us here. I don't feel like they're above me, but I'm just saying racists, you know what I mean? They're the ones that are, in positions to keep it that way, right? And so in this area, what I've even been experiencing from myself is you go to the officials or you go to the people, they're not going to do anything about it, right? Because these is they, like, you know what I mean? Like the kids in the schools or the officials, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know their stats as far as how they deal with bullying, but I can't see the fact of like how I've been experiencing racism in this town. I can't see that it would be any different for black kids in those schools. So in my opinion, it gives that you got to defend yourself because the officials don't have your best interest at heart. Like, and so the same way that they're operating at court and they are not taking the threats to our lives serious, and there are, you know what I mean? I can only imagine that it's probably the same thing at those schools, to the point to where a kid may feel like, hey, these school not gonna do nothing when I get bullied. Like, I gotta have me because the school not gonna have my back. I can imagine, like, my only experience is Collin County Courthouse, and each day, like, at first they was like very nice, this, that, but then as the days go by, you start like, the mask starts to slip, and you see that they gonna back each other. You get what I'm saying? So if you know that they're not gonna have your back, even when, because this is the thing, they will know that the other person is wrong, right? It'll be a white person. They will know that they're wrong. There will be evidence, right? Because in my case, all you gotta do, pull the surveillance. Pull the surveillance. You know what I mean? Just my experiences at that courthouse, I can stand on any claim that I have made can be verified if y'all pull this surveillance. And I need to figure out, you know what I mean, on certain things like that, like how like, is that a way like to pull the surveillance to prove certain things, right? But even when they can verify that that person is in the wrong, right? But they back each other. So I can only imagine that a school would be the same way. And you have experiences that show these people, they're not really going, like, you got to, like, you know what I mean? It's me. Like, I got to defend me. You get what I'm saying? So we're going to have to see what he says and how he explains it. Okay. Now, going to the testimony, I have the testimony for yesterday. There was a lot of people who testified yesterday and a lot of people who testified today. Do you guys want me to go over, do you guys want me to start with all of the testimony from today? Or do you want me to start from yesterday and then go all the way through? Like start from yesterday and then just read everything through, or do y'all want like what happened today? Let me know. Let me know. Go in order. Some people are saying today, some people are saying yesterday. Today, yesterday. Y'all understand, like y'all not making it easy. Somebody said yesterday, so it'll make sense. And before I do that, let me let y'all know. Okay, so hold on. Have y'all, as y'all coming on in, before we go into the actual testimony, have you guys liked the video? Have y'all shared the video? Oh yeah, let me put up a poll and ask. But I feel like by the time I put up a poll, it's gonna be time to get to the next thing. What was I about to do? Like the video. Okay, and also, out here in Texas, like I would really appreciate if y'all donate to the channel. This has
racism?
been a very,
No.
very, very different experience for me.
With the
I've
way they
experienced
lie,
racism like no
it
other.
ain't even
Like you
closet
will
no
literally
more.
have people who they are documenting their harassment. Like they show like that. They show that they have pictures where they're harassing people. You make a claim and you're saying like, listen, these people are harassing me, and people are like, you're lying, even though you don't have harassing things on your page. You're not following people, like you're not, you know what I mean? All of those things. But you will see that like they literally are doxing people. They are you know, following people around, photographing them. They're literally documenting their harassment. But they will say that you're harassing them, and people will be like, oh my God, poor you, even though all the harassment that they're doing is on their page. It's crazy. But anyways, so y'all said go in order. Okay, so we're gonna start from yesterday, but I'm gonna need y'all to support. This is, like I said, this is a trial like no other. Neek at Night Media is the Cash App. My uncle has been holding it down with me out there. He has been making sure I'm cool. Yeah, but if you've been on my Instagram, then you probably got an inkling. But with my phone, to go in a courtroom that I can't bring my phone in, so I don't. We started out the day with a witness by the name of Neil. Hold on. Neil Adams. All right. So Neil Adams was a firefighter paramedic, and he was one of the people who came and arrived and started to work on Austin Metcalf. All right. So I'm just going to read through the testimony. Basically, for those of you guys who are new here and those of you guys who have never seen my coverage before, I cover high-profile cases. I've covered the Diddy trial. I've covered the Tory Lanez trial. I've covered T.I. and Tiny OMG Dolls trial. I've covered ASAP Rocky trial. I've covered, who else? The Nature Boy trial. Every single trial that I have covered, major publications have picked up my factual and accurate reporting. My coverage of the Nature Boy trial ended up in the Hulu documentary, The Cult of Nature Boy. My coverage in the Tory Lanez trial ended up on TMZ, all of the major publications in Hulu documentaries, all kind of documentaries. I don't even know all the names because there was so many Tory Lanez stuff being made. And my receipts were the ones that was being used. For the Diddy trial, we ended up on CNN for our factual and accurate reporting. And for the ASAP Rocky trial, I was able to interview a juror that was seen on TMZ and written up in articles. Also, we had interviewed a juror after the case had wrapped in a mistrial for the T.I. and Tiny situation. We interviewed a juror in that case. After the verdict was read with ASAP Rocky, our interview with the juror upon the verdict made it to all kind of major publications. So we cover these trials, and our coverage, because no matter what, we keep it real, no matter what it is, has landed in a lot of things. So if you guys are new here, I cover trials. I go all over, and we've done this. Somebody said YSL, right. Also, I cover celebrity news. I cover trending stories. I really like to cover like femicide, where there is situations that are happening to women. But my primary audience is Black people, because that is my culture and that is who I talk about. I don't normally have racist or, certain people in my spaces, but we welcome everybody over here because we are not hateful. Okay, we have people that watch us from every nationality. Even though it's not my highest demographic is Black people, there are people of all races. Like Riley is one of my consistent followers that is a white woman. Like she been with me for years, baby, like years. Okay, we got races from everybody. Everybody like different races, but the highest demographic is Black. But we welcome everybody. All right. So let's get to the commentary. Make sure you guys are tipping the Cash App, because we got to make sure Unc is blessed for coming out here. We got to make sure that is covered, because there's a lot going on, and so on and so forth. So, all right. So the first person was the firefighter. Now the prosecution, they are like, I keep what he doing, but I don't know that. And Shannon said, "This white lady loves you." Thank you, Shannon. The prosecution is slick. So let me tell you what he did yesterday. Yesterday, they were about to play the video where Austin was getting worked on, and his face was pale, and his like he was like, basically the video where he was losing his life and stuff. The prosecution, he gonna be like, telling the paramedic guy, like, we've looked at this video, right? We've made sure that this isn't something too graphic for the family. This wasn't something too graphic that they can't watch, right? And then the guy is like, like this is cool for the family to watch, right? Like, it's not too graphic, it's cool. And then so he's saying that within earshot of the jury. And then what do? Put a video on of this young boy losing his life, colorless in the face, bloody. And what does the family do? Immediately lose it. But he knew that. It's like the strategies that they were using, it's like Karmelo's lawyer better get in the game, because at this point, it's, you know what I mean? Like the range is 5 to 99 or 2 to 20. And how well he does goes from that range down to a not guilty. And I'm not saying that it can't be a not guilty, but he really needs to get in the game. Okay? His co-counsel is good, but they need to drive some other stuff home. But we still have not heard the full case. So, anyways, the prosecution is doing little stuff. Also, what the prosecution did today, in front of the jury, he made it a big thing to be like, to tell the Metcalf family to leave out. Right? No, I think the jury had left. Wait, was the jury in there? I think the jury was in there. And then he was like, leave. Like, I need y'all to leave. Like, because the medical examiner was about to come and testify. So I'm thinking, oh my God, like they about to put some graphic pictures and we all going to see, because they're making the family go. Like, it must be something like so crazy that they're not going to be able to handle it. He put on this big charade about how the family needs to leave and how he suggests that they leave and it's important that they leave. Then when the medical examiner came to testify, he doing like this with the pictures. Say this to jury. Hold on. Let me grab my empty pack of gum. Oh, this is green, so you can't see this. Hold on. Let me see what else I can get right here. My phone. Right? Okay, say this. This is my phone. I mean, this is the jury. This is him. This is the fam. Okay, so the family is right here. Then the jury. Hold on. Anyways, he doing like this, showing the jury. Like, let's say the family is behind me, right? Or the family had left. Right? The family had left. It was like 1 or 2 family, but all of his like friends were still in there. He put on this big charade about how they needed to leave, right? But this is how he's showing it to the jury. They don't put it on the monitors. when she actually showed the pictures of like his heart, his cut, all of that, he doing like this to show it to the jury. Like, say somebody behind me and you making sure they don't see, this how he's showing it to the jury. So I'm like, if you knew you was gonna show it to the jury like that to make sure nobody in the gallery seen, what was that big charade about making this grand exit for the family? It's all strategy, okay? It is all strategy, and I'm gonna see what happens next week. But maybe they gonna get some better strategy, but the prosecution is playing the game. You feel me? They you know.
They were.
Anyways, back to the
They are.
Because he put on this whole thing, so I'm thinking I'm like, oh my God, what are we
I
about
hope
to
that
watch?
the
Like,
defense
I'm
attorney
thinking,
come out
the girl next to me, she like, oh, I don't
swinging
know, I want to see this. She like, oh my God, I want to see this. So, and I'm thinking
with the
like, damn,
truth.
I'm thinking to myself like, fuck, do I want to mentally see this? Should I leave? Should I stay? Should I leave? And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna just stay because I'm here and I gotta, you know what I mean? I want to, like, whatever is shown, I want to be able to tell y'all. So we waiting like, oh my God, they about to show the pictures for him to go like this to the jury. Like this, all of us in the gallery, he doing like this. And he doing like, anyways, all right, I said anyways too much. Like, let me get to the testimony. All right, so the testimony, it was the witness by the name of Neil Adams. He was a firefighter, he worked for the fire department. Okay, and also too, right? This is the last thing. I'm gonna get on topic of the whenever I'm in court, I write down as much as I can, but I'm writing it with a pen and a paper so I don't catch everything. So sometimes I got to paraphrase, right? This is not a transcript of court. This is me writing as much as I can. And sometimes I have to like shorten stuff and paraphrase. So we're going to get to it. Somebody said, dude, you're doing too much. You're welcome to watch anybody else's coverage that is there. Queen Sheba is an awesome blogger. She's in the courtroom.
Right
if
on.
I'm doing too much, watch her. She does awesome commentary.
Shout out to Sheba.
Gerald from the NCB. Dennis, all of them, like, check their pages out. So anyways, so the paramedic. So, okay, so first they get a background of his background. So it says he graduated high school. He went to the fire academy. He went back home to be a paramedic firefighter and EMT through the state of Texas. He does life-saving treatments. He gives drugs and performs skills done at the hospital. They have a doctor that has strict guidelines for them to perform care. At certain points of a person doesn't want, like, so basically they ask them, like, is there anybody that you don't like work on? Like, if somebody needs help and they tell you that they don't want your help, like, what do you do? And he was basically saying, like, there's a scale that they have to like weigh, and if the person says that they don't need treatment and they meet a certain criteria, then they won't treat them. But if they are the other way on the criteria, like, and he didn't say life-saving measures, but certain things like that, like, they got to treat them regardless of what the person says. And that's me paraphrasing. So anyways, so they wanted to take him back to April 2nd and how all of that went. So it said on April 2nd, he was working at Station 6. He received what's called a tone out that they got a stabbing at the stadium, and him and his partner responded to the call. Dispatch put in notes, so they kind of got a feel of kind of what they were walking into. And in the notes, it basically said it was a track meet, and they knew that it was kids there. And there was already another station that was kind of like en route that was the closest. But they basically also still were en route to respond. It says that when they got there, there was a paramedic team that was there, but because he was like the one in charge, he took over once he got there. So he says that he had 5 operations, and his partner on the ambulance in 3-1, the engine one, said it took them about 6 to 7 minutes to arrive. They said when they arrived, it was wet and mist was falling and to rain, and it got more like it started raining more like closer to the time that they were there. It says when they first got there, it was kind of a drizzle, but then it started raining hard at one point. It says that when they got there, he was laying, and the paramedic jumped in. He got charged.
News TV.
Then they showed a photo of the paramedics under the tent. So what they showed was, okay, so take us to the day of, like, is this picture a reflection of the environment when you showed up? So basically they showed a picture of like an ambulance, like paramedic truck, and they showed the bleachers where they had the tent for their school over the area where they were working on Austin. So he says that he said at first the tent wasn't there, but once it started to rain hard, they went and got the tent from where it was, and then they put it over Austin so that while they're working on him, it's not like rain falling on him. So they went and moved the tent from the bleachers. And then it says that he parked. He immediately ran down to where the crew was. He checked to see like the pupils. If the pupils were dilated. He said that when he got there, Austin was gray in color and he did not have a post. He said that he had to use what's called a chest Lucas device in place, and they were using the machine to do CPR. So basically, he comes up. They have this machine that is helping them do CPR. So when they played the body cam, we can hear the machine, and the machine was basically like 1, 2, 3. Like it was telling you like when to do like your count for your CPR. So it says that they were using the machine to do CPR, and there was a rhythm, but he didn't have a pulse. So they were like, so basically what that means is he was flatlined, right? And so it says at that moment, they got IO. They gave him 7 milligrams, and then they moved him from the bleachers to the back of the ambulance. They gave him some units of blood, and they went through his rib cage and opened up his rib cage. They stuck their fingers in and pulled out blood in his chest cavity. They said he never from that point regained consciousness. They continued to monitor and doing everything that they could, but it was looking like it was very grim. So it says, so that was what came out from the prosecution. So then the defense, it says the report looks like you got there within, I think this says 6 minutes. Thank you for your service. And then they went to the next witness. So the next witness was Officer Cortez. So it was Officer Eduardo Cortez, and he was the one who actually we saw the body cam footage with. And it says he was an officer for the Frisco PD. He was 45 years old. He was in the United States Reserve. He decided to do a career change and decided to get into law enforcement. It says after they gave like a brief description of like, you know, his life experience or whatever, he decided that he wanted to like be an impact for the community, and he decided that he wanted to be a police officer. So it says that on April 2nd, when this all happened, he got a call over the radio at Staley Middle School. As soon as he got the call, he went to the stadium. After the stadium call came in, he kind of looked at the notes that the dispatch had put in and headed over to the area that it was. So he works at a school that's literally like right next to where this situation happened. It says from there was 2 high school age students. They said the victim was under the memorial tent. So he saw a crowd of folks under that tent. He located the suspect. He continued down the hill that divides the track and stadium area, made his way towards the bleachers. There was an adult on the track side of the field. The man said, "That's the suspect." I looked at his clothing. I had the suspect raise his hands in the air. And I then had, because like, so when he arrived, the Karmelo was on one side of the fence and he was on another side of the fence. And so he told Karmelo, like, keep your hands in the air and then walk until they can get to an opening where he can come and retrieve him. So he said that he told him to like walk until they had like an opening in the fence. He called the suspect with him. He told him to walk with me along the fence line. He was cooperative with the command. He had a body cam on, continued to give instructions, and placed him in handcuffs and went to dispatch radio. Said there was an alleged suspect detained for safety. He alerted other officers that they didn't have to rush over there because he already had the suspect. It says he was the one who put Karmelo in cuffs, but he said when he went to radio, like he got there and he had to radio like to all the other responding units that they didn't have to like rush because he already got the suspect. Everybody was like trying to make a dash to try to get the suspect. He radioed and was like, "Hey, I got the alleged suspect." And Karmelo offered the words, "It's not alleged, I did it." Okay? So he said he put
Okay, it was spinning on my end too, so let me back it up. Y'all hit the like button. I'm gonna back it up a little. Okay.
When he went to radio, like next to where this situation happened. It says from there was 2 high school age students. They said the victim was under the memorial tent. So he saw a crowd of folks under that tent. He located the suspect. He continued down the hill that divides the track and stadium area, made his way towards the bleachers. There was an adult on the track side of the field. The man said, "That's the suspect." I looked at his clothing. I had the suspect raise his hands in the air. And I then had, so when he arrived, the Karmelo was on one side of the fence and he was on another side of the fence. And so he told Karmelo, like, keep your hands in the air and then walk until they can get to an opening where he can come and retrieve him. So he said that he told him to like walk until they had like an opening in the fence. He called the suspect with him. He told him to walk with me along the fence line. He was cooperative with the command. He had a body cam on, continued to give instructions, and placed him in handcuffs and went to dispatch radio. Said there was an alleged suspect detained for safety. He alerted other officers that they didn't have to rush over there because he already had the suspect. It says he was the one who put Karmelo in cuffs, but he said when he went to radio, like he got there and he had to radio like to all the other responding units that they didn't have to like rush because he already got the suspect. Everybody was like trying to make a dash to try to get the suspect. He radioed and was like, "Hey, I got the alleged suspect." And Karmelo offered the words, "It's not alleged, I did it." Okay? So he said, he put his hands on me. I told him not to. At this point, Officer Ricky comes up, who also had a body cam on, as we escorted him out and asked if the victim is going. Okay, so as they're escorting him out, like they have him handcuffed, Karmelo asks him, he's like, "Is he gonna be okay?" Like very concerned about the victim. He said, "Is he gonna be okay?" And so it says that he escorted him out, asked if the victim is gonna be okay, and the officer told him that he didn't know. Like, I don't know. He noticed an injury to Karmelo's hands. He had blood on his middle finger, and he had to listen close to see what Karmelo said after reviewing the body cam footage. There was no incident during transport. So basically, when they were trying to like get Karmelo in cuffs into the car, he didn't give them no resistance. He didn't get them any type of like he wasn't resisting arrest. He didn't make it hard. Like he didn't try to run. He didn't try to escape. He just accepted what was going on. He expressed concern for the victim, and they took him to the car smoothly. It says, so after that, then they put on the video of the officer running from like his school site to where Karmelo is. So they start the body cam. You see him running, trying to get to the area where they say that Karmelo is. He makes contact with Karmelo. He gets him. And once he gets him, that's when he told Karmelo to put his hands in the air, and he had him walk along the fence. And then he said that he was cooperative and he complied. They then showed a photo of Karmelo's hands in cuffs with a cut on his left middle finger while he was sitting in the back of a police car. They said, "Are you familiar with the weapons policy?" And that they are prohibited. So when the officer was testifying, they put up a picture of the weapons policy. Actually, you know what? I should have did this before I went live, but let me see. ISD policy sign. Let me see if there's images of it. If I can't find, let's see. Okay, I don't see the one that they showed in court. We'll move on. I was seeing if I could do a quick Google to show the sign that they showed in court. But anyways, so all right, so let's get back to it. Okay, so they showed a sign. So when you go to that stadium, they have a sign that is on the fence. It's a big blue banner sign. And on the sign, it says alcohol. Okay, so it says field and track event. Hold on, let me see. Let me put field and track event sign.
Y'all, that's not me. I'm my system. I'm having internet issues, so I don't know what's going on. Jewelry tampering leads to mistrust. Oh, let me back this up a little.
But let me see. ISD
But please hit the like button, y'all. Support the
policy
platform.
sign. Let me see if there's
I've
images
been
of it.
on a while.